was my first and last mistake. I'm blue without your face. But what can I do? 'Cause I'm just a sinking ship, and you're just a pair of lips that I've lost in the moment. All I want is for you to come back. Now I'm caught in the middle of life, and I need you to survive. Whoa, I need you to survive. 'Cause without you by my side, I can't survive. I need you to survive. Without you by my side, I can't survive. And this can be the end. I won't just settle for being your friend. Our broken bond is not too late to mend. But what can I do? 'Cause I'm just a sinking ship, and you're just a pair of lips that I've lost in the moment. All I want is for you to come back. Now I'm caught in the middle of life, and I need you to survive. She said, boy, I want you to walk right, so I can give you one more chance. You're only living in your damn head. Without you by my side, I can't survive. I need you to survive. Without you by my side, I can't survive. Yeah. 'Cause without you by my side, I can't survive.
You're my heartbeat, my silent drum that is kicking me till I'm numb. I wanna feel the love that James Brown did when he got standing ovations on his gig. I wanna feel free like a bird in the sky when he opened his wings to fly on by to the beat of my silent drum that is kicking me till I'm numb.
It's easy to set a young heart on the run, to see it crashing out the sky, falling one by one. Walking alone on the coldest night. There's nothing I can ever say to change your mind. I gotta live without your love. We've said goodbye. There's nothing I can ever say to change your mind. Defeated by the dreams and the memories we've made, to see it crashing out the skies like a tidal wave down on me. Walking alone on the coldest night. There's nothing I can ever say to change your mind. I gotta live without your love. We've said goodbye. There's nothing I can ever say to change your mind. Said goodbye.
reach too high. Oh, miss you fall under skies. And you know if I've been so alive. Oh, miss you fall under skies. Fall under skies.
by my own. That's why I'm always feel like I'm alone. Yeah. Ellos no me entienden, no saben que ni qué se siente. No. Corazón negro, mente en verde. Por eso es que no sé quererte. They don't understand me. My pockets full, my heart is empty. I went through my shit, my money's crazy. Mom, I'ma turn your wrist and blaze me. I am feeling low with the comes. Did it for me, for my mom. De risa y de amor no sé nada. Yo sé que no soy lo que esperabas. Turn a kid into a savage. Shooting 3 times like a famous. 3 was the times that I run. Oh Lord, they don't understand me. I swear they don't understand me. Mama, they don't understand me. That's why I gotta do it by my own. That's why I gotta get it by my own. That's why I'm always walking by my own. That's why I'm always feel like I'm alone. I gotta get it by my own. Gotta get it all alone. I gotta fight to get the throne. Ven flexeando con el money. No ven mi sangre en ese money. Se creen que todo vino fácil. Ve tú pregúntale a mi madre. I got my own problems, don't put that blame on me. No me lo eches a mí, never understand me. Yo ya tengo mis problemas, no me culpes a mí. Mamá, lo hice por ti, rico antes de morir. Whoa. Cash in the cash, mentally ready for blast. My head on the stress, la casa puesta del revés. I fight for me and for my fam. Fight. Now we in the game, we making the combos out there. Estábamos perdidos, ahora aprendidos. Encontré mi camino dentro del game. Oh Lord, they don't understand me. I swear they don't understand me. Mama, they don't understand me. Oh, that's why I gotta do it by my own. That's why I gotta get it by my own. That's why I'm always walking by my own. That's why I'm always feel like I'm alone. They don't understand me. They never understand me. They never understand me. Fuck if you don't understand me. Fuck if you don't understand me. All I know is get the money. Todo lo que sé es el money.
Hey pretty baby, am I in your way? Cause you walked out so fast yesterday. No, I don't think you're here to stay. No, I don't think you're here to stay. So tell me what you want, tell me how you want it. Tell me all the reasons that you're running away. I don't think you're here to stay. No, I don't think you're here to stay. No. I just wanna be with you. I just wanna be with you, yeah. I just wanna be with you. Yeah, I just wanna be with you. I just wanna be with you. I just wanna be with you, yeah. I just wanna be with you. Yeah, I just wanna be with you. I just wanna dance all night, forget my problems, I might go insane. I don't really give a damn what they say. And now you know it. Hey little lady, said you feel the same, but I don't believe a word you say. Cause I don't think you're here to stay. No, I don't think you're here to stay. So tell me what you want, tell me how you want it. Tell me all the reasons that you're running away. I don't think you're here to stay. No, I don't think you're here to stay. No. I just wanna be with you. I just wanna be with you, yeah. I just wanna be with you. Yeah, I just wanna be with you. I just wanna be with you. I just wanna be with you, yeah. I just wanna be with you. Yeah, I just wanna be with you. I just wanna dance all night, forget my problems, I might go insane. I don't really give a damn what they say. And now you know it. I just wanna be with you. I just wanna be with you, yeah. I just wanna be with you, yeah. I just wanna be with you. I just wanna dance all night, forget my problems, I might go insane. I don't really give a damn what they say. And now you know it. I just wanna be with you. I just wanna be with you, yeah. I just wanna be with you, yeah. I just wanna be with you. The seasons come and go like thoughts of you. Like a wave returns to the sea, into the blue. They change but in a cycle that I can't lose. Each painful but delightful to live through. You came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Maybe this time next year you'll reap me for no reason. But I'll cherish every day until you come my way this season. The seasons turn and change just like your mind. Like the sun gives into the moon, into the night. Time continues marching, it slowly crawls. With each new one starting, I recall. You came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Maybe this time next year you'll reap me for no reason. But I'll cherish every day until you come my way this season. Each time of year carries memories, like a never fading whisper in the breeze. Oh, we will keep on changing all over again. Yeah, we will keep on changing just like another season. Don't want another day without you by my side. Oh, this season.
Every time I hear this groove, it makes me wanna move. Must be a feeling it brings to you that makes you do what you do. Every time I hear this groove, it makes me wanna move. Must be a feeling it brings to you that makes you do what you do.
roads with you. Can't remember the last time I went without you. Where do I go? Where do I go? How will I know? How will I know? I used to walk these roads with you. Can't remember
vision of the future's getting blurred between the black and white. Naming every shade of gray has left us colorblind. We are all for none and none for all. We are the sickness and the symptom and the cure. We are all for none and none for all. We are the sickness and the symptom and the cure. So close your eyes, let the colors fly, and hide from the noise outside. We're colors.
Hello, everybody. Well, we do have an absolute banger today. We've got Krusty Crew against the support diff. It's going to be the decider for first seed coming out of the Group B. The games will be a little bit delayed, unfortunately. We've got a member of support diff running late. However, we will try and get into the lobby as soon as possible. But yeah, we got both teams sitting at 4-0. Winner of this will obviously take that first or fifth and final game. One of them will lose their undefeated streak in a tournament, and the other one will be second place in the group. What I am going to do is I'm going to introduce my two casters that I have here with me, which is the same ones that I had last time, which is the Lord of War, and I've already forgot how to pronounce it. Lucille? I think it's Lucille. Say hello, guys.
That'll do. This is what I get for choosing a name that's pulled out of a book rather than a name that's just sort of written down. But yeah.
Yeah, hello everybody. It should be an exciting series, and I'm glad to be able to be here to cast it with Lachille, and hopefully it will be an exciting one. I know it's been much hyped in the Discord server. I think a lot of people are looking forward to this and seeing, which record will fall.
Yeah, I mean, I think looking at what people have been saying, both are 4-0. You have to sort of assume their levels are relatively similar. So I think it's almost like a 50-50 on this one. It could be a 2-1. We could be in for an absolute marathon of a banger, because I think that both teams are just very strong. So we'll see what happens. But overall, I think it's going to be a absolute monster of a series, and hopefully we'll see some high quality League of Legends.
Yeah, and although both teams have obviously qualified for the upper bracket, there is always a risk when both teams are qualified that the game turns into a bit of a damp squib. There's nothing really to play for. But in this instance, there is actually quite a lot to play for. The first seed does get a bye in the next round, and so it does give them the opportunity to avoid maybe a slip-up fixture against one of the top hitters from Group A. So there is still quite a lot to play for, even though they are already qualified.
Yeah, I mean, ironically, maybe people want more games and are just sort of not just want to have a play it for fun. But hopefully we'll see some, like I said, some good league, some interesting drafts, maybe some spice. I know there's a few spicy picks that can come out. So speaking of which, should we talk a bit about the two teams? So on the on blue side, this for game one, we have the Krusty Crew. We're probably looking at some interesting power picks picked from their champions. I mean, looking at Ben Boy, he'll play a lot of mages most likely. His Aurelion Soul's very strong. His Orianna's very strong. Probably the player to look out for in this team, because if he gets rolling, as we've seen in previous series, he could just roll over the whole team.
Yeah, Ben Boy, I think, is probably the MVP of CC, and I think if you were to ask his teammates, they'd probably agree. And we did actually get an opportunity to ask their top laner from last series who he thought the most valuable player on his team was, and he did say Ben Boy. So it's going to come down, I think, to this mid lane matchup as to who can get the most leverage and whether or not they can snowball or stop the snowball if one team does get ahead.
Yeah. On the side of SPD, we have seen a bit of a change to their standard lineup. So a lot of the games were Thick Ari in top lane, then Pilgrim, then Tux, then EG Follow the Wind, and then JS Life. They're actually swapping a lot around. So EG's going top. So they're swapping with the ADC in top, and they're also swapping the mid and jungle. So Tux will be back in the jungle, and Pilgrim will be back in mid lane. So something that we haven't really seen much of this split.
Yeah, it's a very some strange moves there. When you look at the champion pools of those players, specifically Follow the Wind, I mean, the name gives it away, of Yasuo and Joya, but also when you look at his most played champion this year, we're looking at nearly 400 games of Zeri, and yet now in maybe a crucial matchup, he has opted to go to the top side. It's maybe they've got something cooking in the draft that we aren't aware of, but it does seem like maybe a bit of a strange move from an outsider's perspective.
It's going to be Zeri top, mate. That's what I'm saying. I'm hearing a Zeri top angle. It's going to hard carry the game. I got a here's something funny. Speaking of Zeri, I was playing an ARAM, and they rolled Zeri Lulu and rolled over the entire game. So maybe we'll see that here, where they pick Lulu as the support anyway, because JS Life, as we know, likes to play a lot of supports, and maybe they will pick more of like an aggressive top laner to sort of show that Follow the Wind can play, because he does play a lot of like those sort of power ADCs.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of the support pool, especially the Enchanter pool, I think that's going to be very heavily contested in this series. JS Life, very, very good. Our Lulu player, he's also got a very high win rate on the Milio. But, you know, you have to also look at Dark Matter. He also likes to pick those Enchanter scaling options. So it could be that we're going to have two Enchanters down bot, or they're going to get pinched and heavily contested.
So we got some filthy enchantment abusers. Got it in the supports. Whereas
Yeah,
if
I
we look at
mean,
the go on.
the thing is, Dark Matter does have a bit of a backup. He does like to play the enchanters, but he does also have some proficiency on the engage picks. So
Mhm.
you could see a Nautilus or a Leona, and maybe he decides to opt into the engage versus the enchanter, or maybe they decide to ban out really hard on the enchanters and see what JS Life can bring to the table outside of those picks.
So another highlighted matchup is the jungle matchup. So we have Tux against the Crippled. We know the Crippled has played a lot of Maokai, but as we know, he tends to veer towards these more AD aggressive junglers right now. So we have the Kha'Zix, we have the Rek'Sai, and we've also seen him pull out the Nico before, so they might go for that if they need an AP option with Follow the Wind, picking maybe a more aggressive AD option.
Yeah, no, definitely. We saw in the last series against Placeholder that the mid jungle duo of the Crippled and Benboy, they were very aggressive and they set up a tent in that mid lane and they really managed to get Benboy moving and snowballing as a Swain and then actually as the ASOL as well. So if SPD aren't aware or prepared, they could find their mid lane in a 1v2 situation. So it's going to be really interesting to see what Tux brings out to try and stop that early game strength.
Yeah, and a bit of an update on the situation. We are just waiting for the SPD top laner, who is currently soon TM.
Classic.
I mean, it worked out for me because I was stuck in an ARAM anyway. So, but yeah, so
So
we're at. I think looking at the two teams, I genuinely can't really call this series. I mean, I think it will all come down to who can get that priority in mid. I think bot lanes are most likely, if we assume they both default to enchanters. Bot lane is going to be pretty stable early on. There's going to be a lot of action down there as they both look to scale with their enchanters. The top lane, I'm a little unfamiliar because we haven't really seen Follow the Wind in the top lane, so we might be seeing those. He might just take Yasuo, he might take a Set or a Kennen, as he's been known to do, maybe a Bruiser. So there's a whole bunch of stuff in his wheelhouse. Whereas mid, we know, is a big point for both teams. We know that Tux, when he was playing mid, was doing a lot of like getting that farm, scaling with the Syndra, scaling with other priority champions, whereas Benboy will just pop off on pretty much anything. So it will just be a case of watching the junglers, seeing if they do play for those mid lanes, and seeing if they just carry the game through the mid lane.
yeah, I mean, speaking of the top matchup, is that I think this is the first time that we're definitely casting Ugly Man Thing, and I don't think he's been in too many games for CC in this tournament. But if SPD have done their scouting, they'll see that Mordekaiser is a big pick, and he is a very strong Mordekaiser. So it's whether or not they leave that open and put focused bans elsewhere, or if they try and target maybe one of the statistically weaker players from Krusty Crew.
I mean, I genuinely don't know what I'm looking at. So if I look at both teams, sort of ban wise, I think if we're SPD, you want to ban the Mordekaiser, like you said, and then it sort of becomes, do you want to force them into an enchanter pick early by banning out a lot of enchanters and forcing them to take the one that's left over? Do you target Benboy and sort of wonder if you just take out the ASOL, take out the Orianna, take out one of those strong sort of control mages that he likes to play? If you're looking for more dive, do you take out the Swain? I don't think there's too much to battle from the ADC from cancels. I'm not really sure. He seems to just play a lot of stuff, and ADC is just generally quite hard to ban out for the most part. Or do they target that Rek'Sai, because he played Rek'Sai a lot and it has played it with great success. So we might see a Rek'Sai, an Enchanter, a Mordekaiser ban, or we might see Rek'Sai and then a couple of mid lane bans. I mean, there's a lot there for SPD to look at.
Yeah, it's going to be a very interesting first draft phase, one that I hope you will get into soon. But at the moment, you've got to think to yourself, where is the point of attack on both sides? And if I'm SPD, I'm probably thinking that I want to play strong side top. The ugly man thing is a bit of an unknown quandary in this tournament. As I say, he hasn't played much with Krusty Crew as far as I can see. He has this one pick, and it is a very strong pick. But what happens when you take that pick away? You know, what does he fall back onto? It looks like he's more of a tank player on top, and that means that you open up a lot of potential for Follow the Wind to maybe abuse that if he does go for a carry matchup with the Yasuo, as we've discussed.
Definitely, and I'm just taking a quick look at his AP.GG now to sort of see what he's been playing, and there's some Warwick in there, and we've seen your Warwick top generally just played with the classic, the flash barrier. You tend to not really take the TP on in that matchup, but only 10 games. So apart from the Mordekaiser, there isn't really a lot there, like you said. I do think looking at his match history and things, we're probably going to be looking at a tank, and I think maybe CC just want to sort of hide him behind a tank, get him to play safe, get him to scale with those tanky those tank items, become that front line for Benboy for the cripple to pop off. So very much a case of hiding him, protecting, and letting the crippled and Benboy do their thing.
Yeah, and if you also CC, ironically as well, you're actually probably thinking the same thing about SPD. Follow the Wind does have a lot of top lane experience, but predominantly he is an AD carry main. 400 games with Zeri in a season means that he has been pretty much glued to that bot lane tower. So how is he going to fare in a 1v1 matchup up top? Where it's a completely different meta, and it's also a completely different experience in a 1v1 instead of a 2v2. In a 2v2 you have a partner to back you up, whereas in the 1v1, if you make that mistake and they punish you, and CC have the ability to punish you, it could be lights out early.
With that being said, the only real thing that I could potentially look at for the top lane is that there does seem to be quite a large rank discrepancy there. So Ugly Man Thing is gold 4 as we see, and EG Follow the Wind is pushing diamond. So it could be that they maybe just look to go for that classic, put him on a bully, push for the hands diff, and then maybe try and snowball through top lane if you get him a couple of kills and see what happens that way. So potentially there is the option to just sort of maybe bulldoze down the top lane.
Yeah, I understand. Hopefully we'll be getting an update soon about where the top laner is. I'm sure he'll be desperately running, trying to get here as quickly as possible.
We currently have another soon, so methinks someone's stuck on the tube, or the bus, or whatever.
Or in traffic. That's also a possibility.
Or in traffic. I have no idea if they drive, swim, run to work. Who knows?
All I'm saying is...
Exactly.
Imagine not working from home all the time like me.
Oh, you work from home? I'm jealous.
I think there's very little working going on, and a lot of ARAMing and currently Diabloing going on.
Excuse me, I'll have you know that happens outside of work hours.
Does it?
Not inside of work hours, where I'm very dedicated.
Okay.
I have to sort of, what is it when you I have to professionally state that yes, indeed, it only happens outside of work time. That is my official stance, and it will not be changed. Matt, you're getting a DM afterwards.
Yeah, that's fine.
No, it's. I mean, looks like currently we are discussing burgers and barbecue in the lobby. So I don't know. You guys much barbecue people?
Absolutely. I had barbecue recently. It rained, and then we had to go inside, but we had a barbecue.
Perfect. I am. This is going to make me sound incredibly bougie, but I am partial to a pizza oven over a barbecue. I do love. We have a barbecue. We have a pizza oven at my parents' house, and it's just phenomenal. Pizza's in 2 minutes. Takes about 2 hours to light the pizza oven, but we're not going to talk about that.
Wait,
bit.
You can do a pizza in 2 minutes?
Yeah. Because you get the when you get like the sort of traditional pizza ovens with all the wood and stuff, it gets to 400 degrees.
Jesus.
Or so you literally just stick the dough in, and then it will immediately cook in like seconds. And it's fantastic, and it's got that nice sort of char you only really get at like a proper restaurant. So it's I reckon I'll probably get one at some point when I leave this flat and move to like more of a house. But you can buy like sort of portable ones, and they're just as good, and only a couple of £100. So.
Oh, that's not too bad. I was going to say for
Suddenly, everyone on the stream is now very hungry.
yeah, we can just continue talking about food. What I was going to say is that whenever it comes to barbecues, I like to get fancy with it, and just like anytime there's a sausage or burger or something, is you can like cut it open before you put it on the grill, and then you can just you can put like cheese inside it and things like that, or you can coat you can coat sausages and stuff in honey and all kinds of lovely things on a barbecue.
It's all about the rubs as well. Gotta get the rubs. Yeah.
My mother makes a fantastic mini like sticky honey sausage, and she'll put like a bunch of them in the pizza oven, and then it will just come out, and it's just amazing. It's this sticky goodness. My arteries are like shriveling up just thinking.
You don't
about
need
it.
arteries when you've got food.
It's true. It's true. As the
What
Lord
have
will
arteries
tell
have
you,
you ever done for us?
he has seen me in person, I guarantee I have incredibly engorged arteries from all the food I consume. But that's
right. That's everyone these days.
Absolutely, yeah. These days, yeah, not just. But yeah, I mean, I think. Okay, so here's the thing then. Steaks on the barbecue. How do you like your steaks?
Oh, I mean, like,
Medium
I was
rare.
about to say like medium rare, even though it's like boring in everyone's answer. It's either that or just like rare. I want to pick it up and just see it drip.
Yeah, if it's still alive, I want to eat it. That's sort of my general consensus.
Oh
for
yes,
things.
5 seconds either side. I got you.
Yeah, the bluest of blue. No, not that bad. But no, it tends to be. It sort of depends. I've often found that when I go to sort of like I found the fancier the place that you go to for a steak, the more accurate your order can be. So if I like a medium rare steak, if I go somewhere cheap, you have to order rare because they're just going to overcook it. Whereas if I go to like a sort of designated steak place that's like, I have to spend a bit more money on, I can just be like, I want medium rare, and they'll cook it properly, and it'll be medium rare, and it'll be delicious.
What's your favourite type of steak though?
I was about to say, okay, but yeah.
I mean, for me, it's bone-in ribeye.
I was about to say ribeye as well.
I mean, it's so I'll tell you what I didn't like. So I've eaten a lot of steak in my life. I consider myself quite a connoisseur of steak, and I had like proper Japanese A5 Wagyu for the first time. Oh, we have an update before I talk about Wagyu. Follow the Wind is going to be 5 minutes potentially, so we will hopefully be getting started very shortly. So apologies for the delay.
We've been given a reason.
But no,
We've been given a reason, and it's definitely because they're late home from work.
Yeah, that is the reason that I am reading right there, for sure.
That's going to be a cold start for him then, if he's going to be getting in quickly, turning on the PC as quickly as possible, and sitting down for a good old Sunday Cup.
Already got the adrenaline going. All you need. But yeah, so while we wait for each other, I'm going to tell this story. I was. Oh, hello. Okay.
League of Legends has also decided that custom games are going to be limited as well as long queue times. So I think League of Legends is a little bit broken right now. But as long as we've got 10 players, we should just be able to get straight in, hopefully without any more delays. As long as League of Legends doesn't decide to like ruin our Group B decider.
Yeah, at that point, do we just default to rock, paper,
We could
scissors?
rock, paper, scissors it. Have you seen competitive
Yeah.
rock, paper, scissors?
There's competitive rock,
There
paper,
is
scissors.
competitive rock.
There's competitive
Yeah, there's
everything.
competitive rock, paper, scissors. It's huge in Japan. It's absolutely massive in Japan. You'll see like people win it and break down crying in tears and hoist the cup.
Like it. The one that I think is a very, from what I've seen, Eastern European tradition is like proper slap tournaments.
Oh, yeah, I've seen those.
Yeah, I've seen that big
Yeah.
Russian guy who just takes it as an excuse to deck someone in the face. It's like-
And they get absolutely like smushed in the like face. It's like absolutely brutal, and they just sit there and take it like animals.
yeah, you know what? It's the Sherlock Holmes meme, discombobulate.
Yeah, exactly. And it's just and they're just sitting there like, yeah, that was a good one, and they're absolutely huge.
I mean, we comment about how, on the face of it, that is a ridiculous sport, but then, is it really any different to boxing? Or,
Yeah.
any of the other martial arts,
We're literally sat here watching professional League of Legends, so I don't really know what we can say about
Ah,
it.
Yeah, all I'm
yeah.
saying is that this is more of a support, physical exercise, more of a sport than a slap fight.
Considering that I know what people who do slaps look like, and I know what I look like, I'm going to have to disagree.
Are you telling me that not everyone in this tournament is absolutely jacked?
I can safely say that no one on the SBMT is absolutely jacked.
I think one of them would probably be like, "Hey, I exercise," and that'd be about it.
I have gone outside.
No, it's my 6-pack is hidden under the 8-pack of everything else.
All I'm saying is that I look like Medic. No one Google what I look like.
I know exactly what you look like, and
I have more hair
I
than
feel
him.
sorry for Medic. He's on. Here we go.
Hopefully we're starting soon.
Oh, thank God for that, because I was starting to run out of content. I was already worried there.
Oh, I never run out of content. You've heard me and Rob's podcast, haven't you?
Sorry? No.
Oh, no, not an actual podcast. It's more that Kelvin just jokes. Whenever we're talking together, we can just make a podcast out of anything.
And
Alright.
I can confirm that Follow the Wind has joined the lobby. I think they're just doing some last-minute checks, make sure everyone's okay, and hopefully we'll be able to get into the draft for Game 1 of this absolutely monumental series that we're about to enjoy.
I also think SPD should lose a ban for not being in the right order.
Mate, that annoys me so much. Okay, it takes me time at the start of the game to put my champions into order. That is definitely losing a ban worthy.
Yeah, 100%. 100%.
But yeah, they're just having the last minute checks, make sure everything's okay, and as soon as that is confirmed, we will take you into the draft screen and we'll see what are going to be served up.
Alright. Here we go.
And we are in
We're
draft.
in. Okay, so I'm expecting. So going back to the actual game, I'm expecting to see that Mordekaiser ban. I'm expecting to see maybe an Enchanter ban. I'm expecting to see potentially a Rek'Sai ban too. They're what I want to see from the side of SPD. Where is the Kennen? So looks like they are going to target ban Follow the Wind so far. The ASOL ban for Benboy makes sense.
Yeah, so far the draft is going pretty much as you'd expect.
There's the Lulu ban as
ban,
well.
yeah.
They don't need
So-
to worry so much about the Zarya space because they're
Will they match with getting the video out? No, they want the Sway, so they are
They are
really
target
targeting
banning
Benboy.
Yeah, makes sense. Like I said, I think this game will be decided by mid lane, so ban the Yasuo just in case. Always down to ban a Yasuo. They've left the Mordekaiser open. Interesting. Will we see
I think it's an interesting pick here because if they do, yeah, this is what we think.
There's the
They're
Milio.
forcing the Milio out, but so it'll be interesting to see what JS Life does take because these two best champions are now being taken away from him.
I imagine we're going to see like a Janna.
Or a Zillion. He's got a Zillion win rate. Only a few games on it, but a very good win rate on the Zillion.
Yeah.
But the Mordekaiser is also just pickable on 2-3. I don't think it's a contested pick for SPD. I don't think they're going to be locking it in there 1-2.
I think if you're CC, you have to pick it on 2-3 though. Cog, they could be going Cog Zillion. We could see a Cog Nami. We could see a Cog Janna.
Yeah, we're not surprised to see the Cog. This is the Thick Ari does like to play the scaling picks. I think it was just a matter of which scaling pick he eventually settled on. Statistically, Cog is his worst pick, but that might have been that he played it without the Enchanter meta that we're currently in at the moment. So it will be interesting to see, what pairs up with this.
There's the Janna. So it is going to be a Cog Janna bot lane against Milio and then an ADC. I wonder if we're going to see some jungle power picks here. We're going to see the Mordekaiser come out. I mean, we could see a bunch of things, but I'd like to see Mordekaiser, I think, here.
Yeah,
It's not great into some things, but ultimately I think it's just going to get banned next phase if you don't pick it.
Also, it's really good if SPD are looking to draft a Protect the Cogmore pick or comp, then Mordekaiser does a good job of just isolating that Cogmore. And sure, he might lose the 1v1 in the Death Realm to the Cogmore, but you're hoping that your team runs over the rest of their team while the Cogmore is not around. So it has settled the Twitch, so we've got a lot of scaling in the bot lane.
As we thought with the double enchanter, supports, we come up. And they are going to pull out the Maokai again.
Well, the Maokai is a flex option. They can take it top or they can take it support. We do see that when Mordekaiser is not available, the Ugly Man thing does take the Maokai when it's available. So it's a flex option. Will be interesting to see where it does eventually land up.
And on the side of SPD, what are they going to decide to do for their third pick of the draft before the second ban phase? We are going to get Set.
Yep, so
we think it's going to be Maokai top, I imagine, picking the Set that early. There's the Mordekaiser ban.
So maybe not then, because they are thinking it could be...
Oh yeah, true. I'm surprised they picked top that early. Maybe they're looking for a mid-power pick for Pilgrim.
Yeah, I think they're looking to get as strong as a possible 2v2 matchup in the jungle mid as possible. I really do believe that this is where the game is going to fall, into who wins.
So a Nocturne ban on the side of CC, so banning out another one of those playmaking junglers.
Yeah, I mean, if you're looking at Tux's jungle pool, he really does tend to play the sort of like divey AD picks, things like Wukong, and we have unfortunately fallen out of draft.
Oh.
That could be.
Cancel's client died.
Yeah, we got.
Yep, someone's client has died. So we'll hopefully get that up and running quickly, and we'll be running the draft back as it was before when we do eventually get
Yeah,
there.
it looks like someone's client has absolutely just completely killed it. What we'll be doing is we'll be running back the picks and bans, all the in order as it was, and then just sort of like get back to standard. And
No talking. Make sure that no one's talking to each other. Get in the Discord channels and be like, no talking.
just run and sort their computers out.
But Cancels has already rejoined the lobby, so hopefully
Okay.
we'll be able to get in the draft and carry on as it was. So we've seen all the way up to the final bans for both sides.
Yeah, we had the Mordekaiser and the Nocturne come through.
Yep.
So to the point that I was making beforehand was that if you look at what
it just
Tux
reviews
is-
by default anyway.
Okay, that's very clever. What Tux will most likely be playing is going to be a lot of the AD dive picks, and you saw that with the fact that they banned the Nocturne. But there's also going to be things like the Vi and the Wukong, which are probably going to be quite high prio if they really want to continue banning out.
Looking at Twitch Milio as well, Jarvan's looking like a good shout here too.
Yeah, and we have seen Tux's Jarvan. It is quite scary.
For sure.
So we're just going to replay the draft behind the scenes, all the way up to where you guys have missed out on the audience. And as soon as we are back to live, we'll carry on the draft.
And I think so far we've seen a pretty like standard draft. I think for these two teams, exactly what I was expecting. You see the double enchant supports. You see the double scaling ADCs. The Maokai was surprised if it does indeed go to crippled, as I was expecting a bit more of a playmaker from him, as in like an AD playmaker, like the Rek'Sai or the Kha'Zix. So to see something a bit more tankier, a bit more sort of standard from him is a surprise. But maybe they're just all in on the Twitch hyper carry.
Yeah, I mean, because obviously, if they don't go for the Mordekaiser, which we know they won't because it has been banned, you do start to wonder where is the front line going to happen. So maybe it's the crippled is just taking him for the team, and he's going to serve as that big beefy front line for the Twitch to stand behind.
So now that we have seen the Mordekaiser banned, maybe we'll see a Malphite come out for Ugly Man Thing. He definitely has that mastery in his locker. We might see a Scion. I think we're just going to see a very much like a boring tank matchup. I say boring, like a traditional tank matchup for.
Okay, so the last picks were not targeted, or I thought they'd be targeted. They didn't target any more of the AD dive picks. They actually banned the Syndra, and SPD did ban the Orianna. So that is all three big power picks for Benboy taken off the table.
Yep. Wonder what else we'll actually pull out. There's the Vi, like you said. So they have gone for set, and Vi. So a good amount of dive there. What will we see from the side of CC for counter picks? There is the Malphite hovered, and the Malphite has indeed been locked in. I think it's a strong pick. It's a set. It's not too bad. Like, that's fine. And Talia for Benboy.
I mean, we've seen Benboy Talia, and it is very good.
Yeah.
But I'm seeing a bit of a dissonance in the drafts that aren't really sort of making sense to me. But I'm sure that obviously it all makes sense when we get in there. But you've got a very die-heavy comp with a Kog'Maw Janna. It just seems to be that they're kind of at odds with each other maybe a little bit there, but we'll see how the game does plan out. And Talia at the moment, well, she does have the Vi Q and now the Azir shuffle to put down the E4, so maybe that does have some value added to it as well.
I mean, if you think about it, it's the same thing for CC, right? You've got Malphite, Maokai, Talia, who all can engage, and Talia with the wall and can get in there. Malphite obviously is Malphite. Maokai can go in with the twisting advance, but Twitch and Milio are going to want to sit back and fight front to back. So it'll be interesting to see how they play this Malphite. Will they use him as more of a peel engage rather than an engage, just to sort of try and get the pressure off the Twitch rather than go onto the back line of the Janna Kog'Maw, because he's never going to be able to kill him with like Janna. So I'm interested to see how he plays this Malphite.
Well, it's funny you mentioned that. I actually think the Malphite is a very good pick into this comp for that reason. Gianna is notorious for making it hard for people to get on to the protected person that they're looking after.
Mhm.
But you're not going to be able to tornado a Malphite ult. You're not going to be able to
No.
R the Malphite ult. So that Malphite ult is basically the only real reliable CC that they can get on that lockdown on that Cogmore if the Gianna is about.
It's true, but then how do you follow up with your Twitch? I mean, you can press R and you get the long range with the, is it called rat-a-tat-tat now? Which is, or was it always? Oh,
I have no idea. I think it used to be called Spray and Pray. It
It
might
is
now be called
rat-a-tat-tat.
still Spray and Pray.
was it?
But
I can't remember which way around it was.
yeah.
Well,
But in any case, also the Milio W here will probably do a lot of work for giving them the extra range for the Twitch to follow up on the
yeah,
Malphite engage. It
yeah,
does hit.
yeah.
So
I just think that if you're engaging with Malphite, pressing R with Twitch and the W with the Milio, the assault and battery from the Vi could just come and annihilate the Twitch if they're not careful.
yeah, it's very much going to be a matter of like who blinks first or who engages first.
Yeah, it's all going to get down to
And-
execution for sure. They both want to do
Yeah.
exactly the same thing.
Yeah, I would say that the point or not the point and click, but the range that the Maokai R and the Malphite R gives you as
Mhm.
engage options.
Mhm.
Sure, you've got the VIR at this point and click. You're not really going to be able to stop that. Milio can maybe do a little bit to mitigate that. I'm not sure about the ult interaction with the Vi ult because it's a knock up, so I'm not entirely sure how that interaction is going to work. It's the same with the Zero as well, actually.
I don't think you can cleanse either of them because they're like they're like airborne.
Yeah. So those picks are actually quite good to the Milio because it does kind of negate a lot of the power that the R would bring normally.
So I just had a thought actually about this. So if we sort of fast forward a little bit to when we start doing objective fights and those things, because we sort of predicted roughly how laning phase will go. It'll be scaling bot lanes. It'll be a lot of looking for the mid jungle duo. I think that on the side of CC, you're a lot happier with if you get the objective first, because you've got the Maokai ult, you've got the Talia wall, you've got the Talia E. It's going to be very hard for SPD to actually contest your objectives if they're not first into the pit.
Yeah, because you've got Maokai saplings as well, which are going to be so hard to fight through. If you're walking blind into the Talia seismic shove, that's going to be a lot of pain, hitting very hard, very quickly. So yeah, I think CC needs to be setting up the objectives first. And outside of set and potentially Vi walking in, I don't really see how they face check objectives unless they are able to set up first on the side of SPD.
I mean, it sounds silly because he's basically enemy frontline, but Set needs to be flanking here. I think flanking, find that Maokai, find that Malphite, stick them into the Twitch. You can follow up with Vi. Cogmore can be raining down artillery. Azir can get in there and shuffle. I think that if Set's acting as a traditional front to back frontline, I don't think necessarily the pick's going to be as valuable, apart from potentially throwing the Malphite back once he's already ulted the Cogmore. But it becomes a case of it's relatively hard to execute because you don't want to press R too early and let the Malphite's unstoppable just cancel your ult.
Yeah, I mean, that would definitely be part of the sort of skill matchup and the mechanic side of it. But you've got the same problem in the Vi as well, though, really. You don't want the Vi to be your front line. So actually, you could be in a situation where their front lines are both looking for flanks and they just get collapsed on by the Malphite. So it's just really going to come down to execution, as we've already discussed, and setup as well. I really think that CC does have the advantage when it comes to the objective fights.
But we are about to get into game, as you can see. We are just waiting for the game to load. We finished the spectator delay. So we'll be getting into game very shortly for this game 1 of SPD versus CC and the fight for first place in Group B.
Yeah, and we'll be interesting to see if anything happens level 1. Looking at the level 1s, I don't think too much is going to happen. You've drafted pure scaling in the bot side, so they're not going to want to be giving away anything foolish like a flash or a first blood. You can maybe have a look on top side, but again, it's a tank versus a set. There's not really much in terms of level 1 to be looking for here.
This is gorgeous. We have permanent fog of war on. I think there were some notifications in the client about League not being very happy, so potentially we might have some issues where the spectate won't be working, and in which case we'll have to just cast blind. But we will see.
Just going to try and reboot the client and see what happens. Apologies for everybody at home.
Uh-oh.
We're just running some technical issues behind. In typical Riot fashion, EU West is on fire.
So, I think League's dead right now.
I think it might be dead. I'm gonna try and spectate one of my friends just to sort of see if the whole spectator thing is just dead.
Yeah, I've got no working tournament code either. Where was you when League of Legends is kill?
Yeah, typical EU West fashion.
You say that? We haven't really had that many problems for ages.
A fair few, more than most regions have, I believe.
My spectator's been broken for ages. I think it's because I had all the replays in it.
It genuinely won't let me rejoin.
Yeah, and I don't think you can probably spectate either.
No, I cannot.
Well,
that's entertaining.
that was the.
It even says that I'm spectating, which is really weird, and it won't actually.
Oh, that is funny. Maybe kill the whole like Riot,
Yeah.
like the whole of like Riot's processes.
We'll see what goes on.
Yeah, because it might load you back up, and then just like you might already be in the spectate, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I just tried to spectate one of my friends, and it is working. Just waiting for spectator delay, but obviously.
Oh, that it's broken because it happens forever.
Oh, okay then. So it apparently it isn't working then.
We'll see.
Yeah, I've got a broken client now as well.
Perfect.
Where was you when League is kill?
Perfecto.
Yeah, it won't let me spectate either. Wow, that sucks.
Yep. There's not really much we can do about this, unfortunately.
See what I can do about it.
No, I mean we knew there were issues with the client. It had notifications up, and obviously when Cancel's client died as well, it was obviously an indication of things to come.
Well,
Okay.
I'm going to try my best to get it up and running. I might be able to reconnect. There's a decent chance.
Alright.
Here's hoping, fingers crossed. And as you just know, we're going to load in. We've talked about it being completely a dull level 1, and there's going to be 5 kills on each side.
Yep. Hello, Rabbit.
Hello, I'm here to try and help.
I got it.
Oh, we got it. Oh, we're in. Very nice. And
Okay, so thank you for bearing with us for these technical issues. Unfortunately, Riot servers had a bit of a hissy fit, but we are now able to spectate the game from the look in. Unfortunately, we are not looking at 5 kills apiece, but we might be seeing our first one very soon.
Oh, there's a flash.
oh, a flash there from Pilgrim as he. Oh, not Pilgrim. It's in the wrong order. Lemonek from Follow the Wind, as they trade very heavily with the set matchup being naturally more aggressive than the Malphite matchup, but it looks like Malphite actually has enough mana to sort of farm it under tower and get a CS lead. We do have Tux and Crippled finding themselves in the jungle, but nothing really happening there. Benboy and Pilgrim are just vibing. A nice seismic shove there from Benboy, but no real kills. The Scuttle Crab fight is won by the Maokai, clearing that ward, and overall a pretty like pretty bloody laning phase, but no real kills happening.
Yeah, I mean, as we turned in, we did see we did see a big trade go down bot side with Vic Ari taking a lot of damage from the Twitch. It does look like they have stabilised that now, but there is a big CS lead already forming in that bot side for the Twitch.
Yeah, and I think but they are basing, so maybe Kog'Maw will hoover up some of that farm that's coming. But it looks like Twitch is going to get a back off, go for that early Vamp Scepter, those early boots, and try and pressure the lane more. In the top lane, Malphite has the cloth armor and boots going for the Ninja Tabi as we all expect. and Set has the longsword 2-pot. So a bit of a bloody fight going on there. I don't think Set necessarily wins this unless he gets a big chunk of which he does. So overall, good trade there for Follow the Wind. Ugly Man Thing being unable, unfortunately, to avoid the big W boom.
Yeah, I mean, at the moment, Malphite is sitting on teleport, so if he does need to reset, he has that available to go back. But at the moment, he is just trying to regen, get his shield back up, and just try and keep getting the poke down with the keys.
Yep. Although his mana is already at half, Follow the Wind will be regenning with that Set passive. We have Talia looking at low mana, Azir looking on low mana. It looks like the Set is going aggressive, wanting to go for that kill. There is no flash on either team. Looks like Follow the Wind is just waiting for those cooldowns, getting nice cues there from Manthing to get out. Manthing might even go for this. The
Both
Set
junglers
W
are
bar,
up
you
on
can
top.
see. Will he get the E down? Yes, he will. Can he flash? No, he can't. And it's going to be a kill for Set. First blood. So close there, but well played to buffer the E and allow the W to come through from the Set to secure first blood.
Yeah, no, that was really well played. You did see both junglers were pathing top side as quickly as possible to try and get there, but unfortunately Vi had the inside track, was going to get there soon, but it wasn't needed as Follow the Wind does secure the solo bolo.
So the TP now being used for Man-Thing to get back to lane. Vi and Set have shoved the lane in together, but I think Ugly Man-Thing should be able to collect most of it, although it will cost quite a lot of mana to do so. Set's now going to base, probably get that, go towards that stride breaker, I'd imagine. And yeah, overall just well played. Could be a balk as well for Set, but overall well played for Follow the Wind, getting that solo kill.
Yeah, so it's a very strong top side at the moment for SPD, but I will draw your eyes now. That bot lead has actually grown, not got shorter since that back, with now nearly a 20 CS lead for the Twitch.
Yeah, purely from just the fundamentals there. It looks like Dark Matter and Capitals are doing well to get those early advantages. But it's a Cogmore. They're always scary, no matter how behind they are. Once they get that Rage Blade, once they get that second item.
Yeah, and it looks like at the moment they haven't really been able to, either team, be able to really get much going with their mid-jungle duo, which they've put a lot of pride on. As I say that,
in comes the Talia to look for the Cogmore, a nice flash for the Cogmore, but the seismic shove is taken for the Janna. The Janna doesn't manage to dodge it, but nothing really happens because
they need to
they
really
have no more follow-up.
disengage this.
But here comes Pilgrim, the Azir's coming in. With the Azir shuffle, gets the kill on the Milio. Will he go for any more? No, but that's really well played to get that flank off from the Azir, and the shuffle picks up a kill for the Azir. They are still going though, looking at something else. Cancels does
really
flash
well
in the end.
played by Benboy to get both flashes, but it does seem like the play should have ended there. They knew the Azir was following, so it was strange that they kept that going for as long as it could.
Oh, really nice there from the Cripple to get that solo kill. Very low HP, but the red buff will keep him alive. Set is looking to try and follow up, but there isn't much follow-up to be had. The flash from Cripple to save him from the Set, so another good kill. But meanwhile, Benboy has found JS Life going down in the end with the seismic shovel and the threaded volley because there just wasn't enough respect there, I feel, from the Janna.
No, I think trying to just stop any plates from transferring over, but in the end you saved the plates, but it did cost you your life ultimately. And it was a very well executed punish by SPD, and they did find themselves up 2-0 in kills, but since then CC have equalised with 2 quick picks.
Yeah, I think if you're Janna, you just base there. You can't really match the Talia. Talia's going to have the range on you with the seismic shove into the threaded volley, and I think unfortunately for Janna, you have to just sort of give that up because now all the hard work that Azir's done in mid to get that kill has been matched, and actually Talia does have more AP now coming back into lane.
Yeah, and what we're seeing at the moment is a very split map in terms of where people's strengths and priorities are going to be. As you see, Vi, is she going to use her first ult mid to try and secure something? No, she just walks away.
Yeah, I think
yeah,
with the positioning of the Talia moving back to the tower, I don't really think there was much of a chance there for the dive. We've seen a lot of Viars go far too deep, and I think it's a good discipline there from Tux to not pull the R trigger as soon as you have it.
Yeah, definitely. As you see, it's a very equal game. There's only about 100 gold in it, if that, and that's purely just because of the massive divide that you see in the top side and the bot side. Both teams have got very clear win cons here that they can play around, and it's really just going to be a matter of who can execute better on theirs.
If you're CC though, you've got to be happier with this situation. Malphite's a tank, he's going to still be useful, he can still press R, still disrupt the backline, whereas Twitch getting ahead, he's just going to be able to rip through the whole of SPD if they're not careful, if they position well. But SPD are looking to maybe challenge this, but with that Maokai, it's simply just too much CC for SPD to contest with, so they will in the end just get the dragon, and they force the Azero out, which I feel was a bit unnecessary, as they maybe should have backed off there when they realized they didn't have the numbers, they didn't have the cooldowns, and they didn't have the setup.
I think it was well played. SPD were looking for a three-pronged attack. They had someone coming from bot, like someone coming from mid, and they also had someone in the jungle. So it was really well played by CC to just commit numbers to one direction and make sure that they can get out as a team.
This is what we were saying, though, isn't it? With CC's pit, with CC's comp, if they get in the dragon pit first, I feel like you can't really contest, or else without putting yourself at a massive disadvantage by default because of the nature of CC's champions.
Yeah, I mean, you do wonder, like, what were they actually looking to contest here, and whether or not the better option might have been.
The ult in from the Malphite here to try and punish the set. The set might have ult still, might look to ult mid the tower. The ult isn't coming down. There it is, but is it too late? Oh, the extra double flash, and unfortunately the auto attack from the Malphite isn't enough to kill. And Malphite's now on very low mana and very low health with all of those minions. Do you think will Set actually have the chance to go and kill him with another W? It looks like they're both just going to walk away because the Malphite does have the boots too, so we'll have more of the advantage to get away there.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Malphite and you see that happening, you've got to think to yourself, this is good, because fundamentally he should be at down and an advantage and shouldn't be really coming close to equalising those trades. As we see, Benboy has also on the road timer again and does have ult if he's looking for the angle.
He is on the ward though, so they do know he's here. It's not going to be a complete surprise this time. Kog'Maw's going to clear the waves out. They're not going to be able to get much tower damage with the Janna shield. They do spot Tux on the top side doing the Herald, but with the set being around and the Malphite on a reset, I don't think there's really much contesting they can do. They know that Talia
They are pulling Emilio up. So they are trying to force the numbers here. The Emilio has been pulled up, although he is now returning back to the mid lane, and it does look like this is going to be a concede on the Herald for CC.
Yeah, Talia's looking for R though. I think she might be looking for an R angle if she has it. She does have the R up, so maybe they'll look for it for maybe a punish on Pilgrim, but instead they're just going to secure the Herald and they're just going to handshake away because they realise they're at a disadvantage.
Yeah, so it was a really good recognition of SPD that the objective time was there. I thought they were going to pull Emilio up and maybe try for a bit more of a commit, but obviously they decided it's gone. There's no point putting the Twitch in the 2v1.
Yep, so let's have a quick look at the lane states for now. So we have Set with the going towards that Bork, like I assumed. Vi going towards the Divine Sundra, pretty standard. But Vi is actually looking for this red buff here. Doesn't realize it's going to be stolen by 2 people. She's walked into 3 people now. She does manage to flash, but I don't think anything's really going to happen because she doesn't have any way to get away. But with...
Well, she does get the kill.
She does get done in the end.
But there is now a very big chance here that they're over-committing. The John has recalled, and although they have got a pick, they're still in equal numbers. There's a beautiful callback by the Set into the ult, and it looks like they will get away just because of the sapling. So it was a really nice pick on the Vi in the end. Unfortunately, he burnt that flash and still was punished. Malphite did follow up with the ult just to get the range on him.
Yeah, I think overall, Tux... oh, excuse me. Once Tux had found the red buff missing, I don't think necessarily face checking it was the right move there. It gives away a free kill over, and Tux is now 0-2.
And we could potentially see a kill here in the bot lane as Twitch has managed to sneak his way into lane and engage on the Cog. But unfortunately, Ghost was all summoners were used by both bot lanes there, and Cog has managed to escape with his Talisman's legs.
Yeah, I mean, a nice bit of aggression there from Twitch, doing the classic come to lane invisible and try and punish an over-aggressive enemy bot laner with the Milio range as well. You can see the power of those 2 things already with the Milio range extender and the Twitch range extender. But luckily for the Twitch, the Kog'Maw, he just managed to get out.
Yeah, Vi is shadowing the Kog'Maw, or the Janna, sorry. So if Janna was dived here, the Vi would suddenly appear. But it has been spotted out now by Benboy on the roam.
Yep, so we'll just sort of say thank you very much. We know where you are. We will head back to lane. Tux going into mid lane, potentially looking to. Oh no, they are going back bot. There we go. Yeah, potentially to drop the Herald. They do indeed drop the Herald to try and give some pressure towards Pilgrim. Try and get plates are down, so they won't be able to get any plates, but just get some chip damage down. Maybe force Maokai to be more aware of mid lane. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, we just have another handshake of farm, really. But they do catch Tux again in the enemy jungle, but this time they do have the advantage with the Azir and the Vi there first. They pull the Maokai ult, but Benboy's HP, I don't think he really felt comfortable to commit that.
While, but
Dragon is spawning.
Just before Dragon spawns.
Yeah.
So at the moment, with the media ult used bot as well, for a reason that I don't think was necessary, and now the Malco ult as well, CC are down 2 big ults before the Dragon, and they haven't got first setup, as we were discussing in the draft.
Yeah, so this is the advantage for. Oh, they have got. Oh, the steal from Crippled! He flashed over the wall. Absolutely no mercy. Takes it in front of their face. The Talia ult manages to cut the fight in half, and it looks like CC are going to absolutely run over this fight after doing really well to secure the entrance to the Dragon Pit. They've just completely capitulated.
Yeah, and Azir stepping up there in front of Celia was maybe not the best move, as that now makes it a 3-0 and a Dragon secure for CC, and they have opened up a 1.3k gold lead now.
Absolutely heart-wrenching if you're SPD watching the Maokai just flash over the wall and steal the Dragon.
Yeah, it turns out you don't need to worry about objective setups because you get Steelers advantage. So
we all know, yep, Steelers do have the advantage.
But it does look like that could potentially be quite a pivotal fight in this early game 1 to settle who wins Group B.
Only game 1, it's a best of 3, so there's still definitely ways for SPD to get back in it, but so far, CC are looking unstoppable in the early game.
Yeah, and you can see that mid-jungle duo has come online now. We were discussing that it was quite an early, early for them. In the first 10 minutes they didn't really accomplish much. But you're now looking at 3-0-1 Talia, 1-0 for Maokai, who has finished his Radiant Virtue and is already being an absolute menace of a frontline and engagement tool.
For SPD, which is that set at the moment, isn't really doing enough to push his advantage because of the fact that the Maokai can just come down and press his R. As I say that, he is being now ganked by the set, does flash away from the twisting advance, so it looks like there's going to be much.
The TP has been called in for the Talia.
A bit of an overcommit from the Talia, I feel like, but they are actually going to try and potentially dive this with the Maokai ult. But under tower against the set isn't necessarily the best way you want to be doing this. But they have 4 people up here now. We have Milio too. It could be a 4-man dive here to try and get them both. The ult comes down from the set, does manage to knock him up. A really nice W there for the set. Will actually take so much time to die. Will it be enough to get the kills because the tower's ramping up? Yes, it is. In fact, there's another kill over for the Azir, but the Maokai goes down at the same time. They are chasing the Janna with the Malphite, but he's in the wrong side of the jungle. Kog'Maw's coming. Will they turn it around with the Kog'Maw W and the Janna? Yes, they will. Is Malphite going to go down? He's so low. Another auto does it, and overall a 2 for 3 actually in the favour of SPD.
Yeah, a really surprising series of events. I'm not sure what the thought process behind diving a set and an Azir both with ults is. I think they presumed they had numbers, but just lost track of the fact that they were matched as well. Because you did actually see the tail end of that fight. It was a full 5-on-5 in the top lane.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, when you dive a set Azir like that, they can buy so much time. That tower's ramping up. Malphite can't tank it forever.
Yeah, I mean, the actual original dive was actually well played. It was maybe the only thing that actually turned it in SPD's favour was the overchase from the Malphite. If they had maybe just taken those 2 kills and left and secured the tower, which they have actually now done anyway, then that whole thing maybe isn't so disastrous. But as it is, he did chase, and the Kog'Maw does find himself now with a kill and an assist, and an avenue back in the game. As CC are now looking to secure the second Herald. They have secured the first tower, and the only team to have a tower at the moment, and they can now use this second Herald maybe to try and crack down the mid tower.
Yeah, it's been going really well for them so far. I mean, they obviously have that bit of a, they had the bit of a misfight in top lane, but that's okay. Like, you know, these things are going to happen. So far, if you're CC, I think you're still very happy with how the early game's gone. You're very ahead, you're pushing the towers a lot. You're absolutely ripping through this Kog'Maw. He's being forced to flash. Oh, the ult being popped from the Janna to save the Kog'Maw, because I think the poison would actually have got him down. She does manage to shield tower. A TP is coming in.
TPing in behind them, and this is probably
here's the Azir. Really we're going to look for it's a shuffle angle. They only managed to hit the Talia though, unfortunately, slightly too far away. Tux is in there though with the Vi, does ult the Twitch to try and just burn him down as quickly as possible. Doesn't really manage to get to die yet. Oh, the healing from the Milio is huge. Will they get the re-engage though? The set is coming in, but they're all just running away. They're not going to kill any of them. They're only going to kill the Maokai.
Yeah, and that wall is very good for getting them out. It could be an angle here to kill the Cog if he walks further, but he realises that and walks away. So it was a 1-for-1 in the end, but the Herald did get the charge and did get the tower, so advantage is to CC regardless.
But remember, lots of teleports blown there for that play on the side of SPD as well. Malphite still has his TP available, so he can now side lane in that next dragon fight potentially. If they want to move him topside, he can TP to the dragon, which is in only 18 seconds. So I mean, he can hold that TP for, like, you know, another flank or something. He has the TP advantage.
Yeah, and it looks like they're trading mid tower for bot tower. This will be the final outer tower for SPD going down. Although it was an equal trade in who got kills, the fact of the matter is the Cogmore did get the kill. So the Cogmore is now sitting very pretty at a 2-0-1 scoreline, and that late game insurance is being quite accelerated, more than I imagine CC wanted to in their draft prep.
Especially when you look at the Twitch, and the items are actually almost equal now. I don't know if we can get a quick gold check on the Cogmore versus the Twitch here. So yeah, the Twitch is only 500 gold behind. Yeah, not too bad at all if you're considering how the early game went. But in goes Man-Thing to try and just potentially cause some disruption. Does have to burn that ult defensively, but again, with these massive control tools from the side of CC, they could just take the dragon for free and still re-engage the fight.
Yeah, so they got third dragon, they're on soul point now. It is Chemtech, arguably the weakest soul, but you say that, there is a Milio in the game, and a Chemtech soul on a Milio is going to be quite obnoxious. Also, they did manage to pick up an extra kill on Tux, and that does mean that maybe they're looking for a sub 21 minute Baron.
I mean, with Twitch, you have to assume they can do it. So the call is indeed to go for Baron. They put the Malco shopping up. Will SPD have any opportunity to stop this, or even it looks like they know they're doing it because Pilgrim is coming to look, but I'm not sure they have got any way to stop this, short of some miraculous steal from the Azir.
And Set his bot has no TP. This is a gone Baron, I'm afraid.
Yeah, it looks like they're just they're calling it off. They're saying no, we can't contest this. We don't have a jungler, and turning a dragon into a kill into a Baron. That is some serious tempo gain there for the side of CC.
Yeah, and you know, I honestly thought that maybe Man-Thing was overextending when he was engaging 4 people in the jungle, but he brought so much time, followed by the Maokai, which allowed for the pick onto Levi. It was just, it really does go to show the strengths that the draft of CC, where they have so much control over the map that it's really hard for SPD to actually find a way into any engagement.
I mean, the top side of the map, the top side for CC have so many control tools between the 3 of them that it's going to be so hard to fight into them from a deficit, which SPD do find themselves in. Cogmore's always going to be a factor, and that potentially that X factor in any big fight. But the setups for SPD are going to be so much tougher to execute now. Whereas on the side of CC, they're laughing, they can get their sideways going, they can get their with their Baron, they can get their minions pushing in. And I think they've, despite the gold only being like sort of 2k, I think CC are very much in control of this game right now.
They are. They're sitting on soul point, so they can give up the next 3 dragons, and that gives you a lot of advantages because you get to pick the engagements. So if you find yourself PD are not so lucky, they need to fight tooth and nail for every dragon that comes up.
And I think a large problem for this comp is, as we've just seen, if Vi engages on the Malphite like that, Malphite can just laugh and walk away. Does have to press R, burns the cooldown, but ultimately, what are you really going to fight for necessarily? A really nice shuffle though from Pilgrim to catch the mid lane of CC out of control. They're popping off, they're going on. I can't see because the quality's diminished. But it looks like Tux is in there trying to get more kills. But Follow the Wind's in now as well. Will he get the W? No. And actually, despite an incredible engage from Pilgrim, it's a 2 for 2. It's a 2 for 3.
3 for 2, yeah. CC came up. They did manage to get on the Twitch early on, and it looked like it was a very promising fight for them. But the Celio is just putting so much damage out that actually you probably want to be focusing more on the Celio and not necessarily the Twitch at the moment.
Do you want to know the scariest part about this for SPD is that Malphite didn't have ult because he had to use it to escape earlier.
Yeah.
If Malphite has ult as well, it's like I don't know how you fight into this multi-threat comp of the Talia and the Twitch, putting out so much mixed damage. I don't know how you're meant to tank for this with just a set.
Well, I mean, the thing was really in that particular fight was very impressive. It was a very good flank angle by Pilgrim, and you know we have to commend SPD for looking for those angles. They saw that the Malphite was burned, and they thought, right, this is an opportunity to move. But despite Malphite R being down, the Maokai R brought them so much time for them to reposition. It seemed that the main pick that they caught was actually in the Milio, not any of the primary carries.
I mean, we all know that when you play with an Enchanter, a Soraka or a Milio, focusing them's often a good idea. But I think exclusively focusing like this and just allowing the Talia to rip through the rest of the team with the damage is quite detrimental, as we've seen here. It's just a balancing act, isn't it? Unfortunately, SPD are looking for anything right now because they are behind.
Yeah, but you have.
And it looks like they have in fact caught the Cogmore here. A nice Talia wall there. I don't know why you flashed against the wall. I think it's just an unfortunate flash there, but a free pickup for Twitch and another kill over to CC, who again, I can't see them losing this game where they currently are.
No, and their soul point is up in 35 seconds, so Cogmore will be alive for it. It's just whether or not he'll be able to get down before the setup's already done. But if CC are going to probably just push in the last wave from mid and then get focusing on setting up a soul point.
Yep, and I think the benefit for having Azir on the side of SPD is that you do get that extra tower up. It won't let them pressure the inhib towers very easily or the inner towers very easily. So at least you've got something going for you, a bit of like, pressure that way. But actually, it looks like they might be calling for it anyway, because it looks like there are pings coming across from the side of CC. They know where they are. Are they looking for an engage angle potentially to catch them in the river going towards the dragon?
I mean, if I'm SPD, I think you've got to just concede that you're going to lose this dragon and look for a tower and just try and make something. And it does look like that's what they're doing when they send 5 people down mid.
Yep, you know you can't contest Soul. Next best thing, get a tower. I'm surprised there are no just a TP from the Talia is interesting. Maybe looking to pull that ult
as possible and just make sure that it isn't more than just a T2 tower.
Oh, a flash on the Azir there to try and get Benboy, but a nice return flash from Benboy does actually just unfortunately sign Azir's death warrant, and Vi goes in as well. Unfortunately, can't really do much. In goes the Malphite onto the backline. Another nice seismic shot from the Talia. It's looking like it's going to be an absolute rout for the side of CC, just demolishing SPD.
Yeah, I mean, what we're seeing here is that they do have dive options on the side of SPD, but those dive options are paper when they're coming against the Talia and the Twitch. The Vi is diving on the Twitch, he's getting the ult, but he dies pretty much immediately afterwards, and sometimes dies even mid-ult animation.
And CC are now just going to push down mid. They don't have the Baron at the moment, but they are still going to be looking for easily an inhibitor here, if not maybe a Nexus tower, but the death timers are very short. Everyone's back alive on the side of SPD, so I imagine it's just going to be get the inhibit, get out.
Yeah, I mean, the one saving grace that SPD have is that the side lanes have been utterly neglected this game. You can see that there's no real progress on the top or bot waves for CC to punish this even more. So they have got a respite period now where they can try and get the mid lane under control and brace themselves for the next assault on one of the side lanes.
Exactly. I think like that's all you need to do, isn't it? As CC now, you just play fundamental League of Legends. You get those sideways pushing in. You know that the midway is going to be pushing in your favor because of the super minions. And I don't think that you can actually contest very easily if you're SPD without looking for picks. Which, if CC play it right, they'll never need to do because of the Maokai saplings.
Yeah, and also just now Baron's up, and so CC have all the game-winning opportunities in their hands. You know, if you were to play this game out 4,600,000 times, whatever the Doctor Strange number is, you know, you'd probably only see the one scenario that SPD can win this, because at the moment, CC, they can set up for the Baron, they can either just decide to start it, or they can try and bait SPD in, and we all know that if SPD get baited into this fight, it's most likely going to be a quick ace.
I believe you were looking for 14 million.
Is it 14 million?
14
yeah, 4 million sounded quite low.
But they are indeed just going for that extra Baron. They know they've got all of the pressure right now. It does look like potentially SPD are looking to just sort of check, but they can't really do much of a contest here. Vi's coming in, they see the angle. Oh, they do steal the Baron! The Baron goes over to SPD, saying, thank you very much, you stole one from me, I will steal one from you. And they get a tower in the process because the Baron minions, SPD are still alive.
Yeah, it's only a 1.2k gold lead, and if you're Doctor Strange, you're now looking at Tony Stark and holding up that 1, because the comeback could potentially be on, saying that the 4 people of CC are running it down mid, but I don't really know what they're trying to accomplish here.
Yeah, I think the Baron up minions will be able to defend against the super minions. You can push them out a little bit, get more farm on that Cogmore, and yeah, the Vice deal has actually just completely halted, CC in their tracks.
Yeah, and I think this all comes down to really just a fundamental not really using the sideways the way that they should be, and also just not really denying the Vi. Everyone was in the pit, no one was looking for the Vi to deny the steal attempt, and so Vi can get in that pit easily without anyone blocking for her.
It does look like we're potentially looking for some sort of a fight angle here. The seismic shove on Benboy, but Benboy does miss it. Pilgrim's going in. He's looking for the big shuffle. Oh, he shuffles the wrong way and misses everybody. A huge whiff from Pilgrim, and that might cause the absolute disaster for the side of SPD, as Pilgrim is now down already for nothing. EG Following is going in, using that set up. And annihilates the Twitch dies as well, and suddenly it looks like disaster for the side of CC instead. They're following up. Cogmor's got the E on, Cogmor's got the W on. Cogmor's now trying to hit everyone, but they haven't found Man-Thing yet. Here comes Man-Thing with the Malphite. Will he look for the R? But no, it's already too late. Down goes Maokai. Oh no, the Malphite does in fact go in at the end, but will the Janna keep him alive? With the no, Cogmor goes down too, and suddenly it's an absolute bloodbath. What a fiesta! And the Milio goes down as well. It's now 2v1. It's Malco versus the world. Will he be able to get to the Janna? No. Well, space there by the Janna, and in the end, Set manages to clean him up. And actually, the ace for SPD, but the base is in shambles.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like it was going. That was a roller coaster fight. So the early pick on to the Azir looked very promising for CC. Then all of a sudden they were still in a 4v4 fight because Malphite was not there. Malphite was clearing out the bot wave, which you are seeing the fruits of his work now. It is missing the tower, and then it just evolved into a full-on no-holds-barred knuckle bar brawl, and it was 5 for 3 in the end for 5 for 3 in the end for SPD.
Yep. So yeah, at first it looked disaster for SPD. Pilgrim flashing and just missing that Azero, unfortunately. You did sort of think, oh no, have they already blown everything? But actually a really nice play there from Follow the Wind to get in there, blow up the Twitch instantly, become that front line with that W, and actually allow the Cogmor to start dishing out the damage with that bit of spacing from the set, and allow the damage to come through. And then with no Twitch, no Benboy, the damage is gone, and it's just game over for CC.
Yeah, and we're now seeing in 30 seconds, Elder is going to spawn, and it was Talia is pushing up the top side. She does have TP, so she can get to the fight quickly if it happens. But at the moment, it's going to be a fight for control over Vision to see who can get set up for that Elder. You've got a pushing midway for CC and a pushing bot way for SPD.
Yep, so Talia is going to look to just get that tower potentially. Maybe they're calling for delays, maybe they're calling for pressure on that single tower. But the TP is now coming in from the Talia. Where are the TP? The TP just in mid lane. Are they going to pull the ult? Yes, they are. In goes a really nice ult there from Man-Thing, but it's completely split fight. We've got people on the backline on both sides just trying to get through.
Cogmor
it looks
down.
like Cogmor's already gone down. The Twitch has also already gone down. Both AD carries are down. But Benboy is now going to rip through Tux, I think. Oh no, a really nice Q there to get away. Follow the Wind is on the back of the CC jungle, just trying to get around, trying to get out again with that regen. But overall,
does need to reset, so
it's a two for one. It's a 2 for 1 for CC. I don't think they can get the dragon here, unless they're looking to try and go for some sort of hero ult, but the ult's already down from Follow the Wind. Tux is so low, they already know where Tux is. He's not going to be able to get into the pit.
No, Set and Malphite are just dueling in the backside. Set will win this fight.
The dragon's not going down quickly though. The dragon is taking a long time to go down with the death of the Twitch. So there is a potential opportunity here. Can Tux get in? The flash! No, it goes down to Maokai. And then Follow the Wind is now going to go down, you have to assume, to the Elder Burn. Yep, it goes to Milio. And will Tux manage to get away? But that is Elder actually secured.
And it looks like that fight took so long, I think even Twitch did get the Elder buff.
Oh wow! Oh, Twitch has found the spy, but
Twitch has the Elder buff as well. So
wow.
The fight took them so long. Twitch managed to respawn and still secure the buff.
Cogmor and Janna are potentially looking to stop backs, but I think with the Elder buff, you have to just turtle now. You can't be going into their jungle with waiting for that Malphite ult. That Malphite ult looking like it's only on like a 40-second cooldown at this point in the game, with the Frozen Heart build giving that big ability haste reduction.
Yeah, and at the moment, it's only a 4.5k gold lead, but you do have Elder on the side of CC, probably for about another minute or so. It's whether or not they can actually do something with this Elder. They're not going to be able to secure a Baron with it, although Baron is up in 45, so if they try to nuke the Baron on spawn, they could maybe secure the Baron, but otherwise, I think the best bet is to just try and force a play mid, get the inhib down, and then make sure that this time, when you do the Baron, you take all your steps, you don't skip anything this time.
But Benboy's looking for that potential flank. Oh no, JS Life is going to go down immediately! Absolutely blown up with the Elder. Oh no, JS Life is already down. There's no one to protect the Cogmor now. If they dive the backline, it's looking like it could be a bit ropey at this point as CC looks to push in with Elder.
Yeah, I mean, the benefit that SPD do have is that they've got insane wave clear with the Azir and the Cog. So without Baron, it's actually a very hard siege for CC to pull off.
But Malphite does have the ult.
Yeah, if they step forward, then it's a free angle for them. But it does look like they've made the
they are
decision
gonna
to
make-
go for Baron. But hopefully they'll take some extra time to make sure that they deny the steal attempt this time.
Yeah, with the Janna now being alive in 5 seconds, it looks like they will be just going towards the Baron. They're not too scared about vision control because Janna is dead, so they can just go and get the Baron. But it looks like this time, Crippled is gonna. Oh, no, they are both going over. They're all on the pit again. Here comes Fire again. Oh no, are we gonna see it again? Are we gonna see it again? It's going down. 3K, 2K, 2K, 1K. Oh, it was 70 HP, but Fire does not manage to steal it this time. Crippled says absolutely not, you don't steal from me twice in a row. Manages to secure the Baron. Baron goes over to CC, and now they'll look to push in and potentially look to end the game.
For the briefest of moments there, I felt like Bill Murray in Groundhog Day. I thought it was going to happen again. But thankfully, or maybe not in the other side of SPD, they managed to secure the Dragon this time, and CC can now maybe try and look at getting the waves in control. There's no point going mid yet again, so they need to try and get these sideways in, or Azir is just going to wave clear against you. He's so strong at the moment with the items that he's got. Even though he's got not a great scoreline, he's farmed up, he's got items, and he will clear waves.
Yeah, I think on the side of SPD, we need to have that sort of jungle line completely warded, because as we've seen, if Benboy finds an angle where he can just use that seismic shove, Janna's going to die, Kog'Maw's going to die, Azir actually might not die because of Crown, but you can get some real picks for CC without even then having to lift a finger, really. All they need to do is just have the Talia slightly forward.
Yeah, and
Vida's going on the Maokai, which is an interesting call. Was that the ult from Milio?
Yes, it's pure for healing. There's no CC that SPD can put down that the Milio ult will work on.
But they have thrown out the Maokai just to get away, and does actually burn the Janna heal as well. So that's the second inhib down. They actually don't even have the inner down. So it looks like they're just going to push the waves in. Maybe look for some sort of pick here from Talia. But otherwise, it's just sort of a bit of a trade-off, really, because it's like a bit of a stalemate.
Realistically, CC just needs to stay here, buff up the incoming waves on both sides. There's only one Nexus Tower still to go down, and
critically, they've also just popped Pilgrims. Oh, a triple knock-up from the Talia! The seismic shove decimates SPD, and then from out of nowhere, that's just going to be game.
Yeah, I mean, Benboy's done it again. You know, there is a reason why his team calls him the MVP of CC, and a performance like that really just goes to show he's put a marker out for everyone to keep notice of him.
That is I mean, out of nowhere, that is what a Fed Talia can do. Gets the seismic shove on the 3 critical members, they all go down, and then there's nothing that SPD can do but watch CC take their base.
Yeah, and you know, that was Benboy pushed onto his 4th pick, effectively. And you now got to really think to yourself, if you're SPD, how do you stop Benboy in draft? Because you took away his Swain, you took away his Oriana, you took away his ASOL, and he goes, that's fine, I'll pick Talia. Do you ban the Talia and leave another one open? And then it's really hard to know what to do for SPD after witnessing that performance.
I think SPD needs to start looking at ganking. I think more gank him early, get him behind, get Pilgrim ahead, start pushing those advantages, and make sure that Benboy isn't going to be the factor that decides this game. Because as he's shown, if he is set up for success like that, he's just going to take over the game. But with that being said, that's 1-0 over to CC. We'll be back shortly once we figured out which side SPD want to select for game 2. And quite frankly, I need some water.
Yep, so as soon as we are aware of which side it is, we'll update you. We're just going to take a brief little break while we wait for the lobby to reset up, and we'll be with you very shortly for Draft 2 of Game 2. Hello, welcome back. We're now about to head into Game 2 of SPD versus CC. Just a few admin things to make you aware of. SPD have elected to take blue side, and they've also had a few swaps. So we've now seen Thick Ari make his return to the top lane, replacing Follow the Wind, who is now back in bot, and Pilgrim and Tux have also swapped back into their nominal roles that they have traditionally played in the past. We are getting ready to head into Draft 2, and we'll see what adaptations can be made, and hopefully take this out to a Game 3.
Hopefully for everyone except my voice. But no, I think Game 1, obviously, absolute banger. CC, an absolute CC, meaning cruise control, for a vast majority of that game. But suddenly, SPD with the Baron Steel started to turn it around, getting that big fight in the top lane before CC managing to just secure that Elder and eventually the win. So SPD, if you're SPD in that game, I think, you're going to be relatively frustrated with that performance, but there are opportunities for you to win that game. There are opportunities to come back in. You have to sort of hold on to that. And actually, the gold lead was never really that bad. So in terms of two teams battling it out so far, despite CC winning and looking like they controlled a vast majority of that game, it was relative. SPD were in it. It wasn't a complete stomp.
Yeah, I mean, you say CC stood for cruise control, I say CC stood for crowd control. Just the sheer amount of utility and pick power that they had in their draft was something to behold, and SPD really were punished for it.
However, what CC shouldn't rename themselves as BC, because their Baron control was not it in this game. With almost 2 Baron steals, not being able to track that Vi properly, no wards, no Maokai saplings. In Game 2, I'd hope if they get those opportunities to take Baron again, I'd like to be able to see a bit more control, a bit more tracking of the jungler, and a bit less opportunity for SPD to come back in it with a steal.
Yep, so we're now a few bands into Draft 2. As expected, the Zeri has been banned now that Follow the Wind is back in his home place in the bot lane, and we have seen that the Arabian Soul is still banned on the side of SPD, and the Talia has also been taken away in response to that monster performance that Ben Boy put up in Game 1.
Yep, so it's actually 2 reactionary bans from the side of SPD, banning the Maokai and the Talia, both of which were strong in that game.
Yeah, and CC have hard targeted the bot lane, Follow the Wind, with Azeri and the Yasuo, and we now see Milio locked in for the support on SPD.
So SPD do in fact get the Milio this time, and potentially angling for a lot more of an aggressive bot lane, which Follow the Wind is known to play with his Lucian. We could see a Lucian Nami, we could see a Lucian Janna, we could see a Lucian Lulu, actually, because the Lulu is open as well.
Yeah, so that'll be AA cancels locking in the Lucian for CC.
Sorry. Yes, my bad. I still can't remember that people have swapped sides. But yeah, I'm very surprised actually they're going for the Lucian, going for a bit more aggression, and not going for something that combines with Lulu, since Lulu is open and is quite a power pick.
Yeah, I feel like they gave over to Milio, and maybe they're going to just try to run over the lane with an engage support.
Yep.
As we do see the Vi has come in. The Vi had mixed results in Game 1. The scoreline was not pretty, but ultimately she did in some team fights do her job, which was lock her down a target.
I think... and a Jinx coming in for Follow the Wind, so a bit more, well, I would say a bit more, exactly the same level of hyperscaler that was in Game 1 from Thick Ari. So we'll see how these two fare in lane, because laning phase was a bit rough for the side of SPD. They were down 20 CS inside of 10 minutes.
Yeah, and you're in against a Lucian who's going to try and bully you early, so it could be that it's a repeat of that situation, but hopefully just they'll be able to weather the storm a bit better and not come out so far behind.
And Gragas coming out for the side of SPD. Gragas, as we know, is pretty much a 3-way flex. We could see that top, we could see that jungle, we could see that mid. It gives a bit of flexibility to the SPD draft, which means that CC are going to have to be a bit more aware of what they're going to be playing into, because they have to sort of guess a bit more. But actually, it's the Sona coming out with the Lucian. So probably doing something very similar to the Nami, just providing those heals, finding those shields. And Sona is one of the hardest scalers in the game to match the Milio.
Yeah, and I would imagine most likely that this Grace is going mid. I do believe that Tux has got a lot of experience on it, so if I was a betting man, I'd say it's a mid, but CC clearly do not agree with me.
I mean, you have to buy that. I think you have to sort of respect the fact that it could be a flex, and potentially just ban out the strong champions on the side of Although they have banned the Syndra again, and it's a different mid laner, so clearly both Pilgrim and Tux play some Syndra, but I can't imagine we're going to see 4 mid lane bans here from the side of SPD. We've seen the Aurelion Sol, we've seen the Talia, we've seen the Swain. Are they going to ban another mid laner, really target Benboy?
If they do, it'll most likely be the Oriana, and that will
Yep.
force Benboy onto his 5th pick, and it will be interesting, if nothing else, to see what he does take in that situation, as we await to see the final ban from CC, and actually ban the Oriana themselves.
Wow. Okay, so they're clearly either not confident on it, or they're scared of what the potential can be in the hands of SPD. Looking at Benboy's match history, we could see a Veigar, we could see a Lux, we could see a Galio if he wants to do something a bit more defensive. With Lucian, with Vi, they could be looking for a Galio angle here.
Yeah, the combo is very powerful for that. They actually do ban out the Malphite. They felt the Malphite was maybe problematic in last game. The snap engages that the Malphite offered was very disruptive to what SPD wanted to do when they set up for objectives.
So, it isn't actually going to be the Lux for Benboy. Benboy has played the Lux before to great effect because he kicked my ass with it. So we might see, so we will see the Lux going into the mid lane. Camille I think I'm getting baited.
Yeah, never trust the hovers.
No. Most likely going to be another tank for the side of SPD, going for the Mundo now for Thikari in the top lane. Nope, they are actually going to take the Mordekaiser. We have seen Thikari's Mordekaiser before. They've played it multiple times. It's not a new pick for them, and it also serves as a takeaway from Ugly Man Thing.
Yeah, so it will be interesting. Obviously, he is nearly a Mordekaiser one-trick, so you'd imagine he's got some experience as to knowing what is strong into it, so maybe he has a counter lined up, as we are waiting to see what I imagine is probably the jungler on this pick. Oh, it is the mid Twisted Fate, so that's a Gragas jungle. I was wrong on my bet. Good thing I'm not a betting man, as they've locked in the TF just for that really cross-map engage that they can offer.
And on the side of CC, what are we going to see as the last pick answering the Mordekaiser? If they knew the champion, I'd suggest Gangplank. Always really good into Mordekaiser, can just cleanse the R, excuse me. But it is going to be the Jax into the Mordekaiser. No, it's going to be the Warwick, who is his second most played champion. I'm expecting to see that flash barrier Warwick as per usual. I wonder how that will go with fit into the Mordekaiser. But overall, very, very divey frontline for the side of CC, with Lucian and Lux and Sona in that backline looking to provide those supportive cues from the side of Lux, the supportive heals to Sona, and the ult from Lucian to really layer the damage over. Whereas on the side of SPD, there's a lot more AP. They're very, very AP heavy. That's a triple AP combo right there with the Mordekaiser, the Twisted Fate, and the Gragas. But there aren't too many champions on the side of CC that can actually build enough magic resist for it to actually be a bad draft for SPD.
No, I think there's a lot of good things on both drafts. If I'm personally in the game, I'd much rather be happy with SPD's draft.
Yep,
it's
a lot more traditional, isn't it? It's a lot more traditional.
Yeah, I feel like SPD's draft is a lot easier to execute than the draft from CC, but CC do have the ability to pull it off. We've seen it numerous times in the past. They are very mechanically proficient players. So my only real question mark is the Warwick top. I know that it can be quite obnoxious to play into. But I'm not sure how it's going to fare into a Mordekaiser, to be honest. It feels like Mordekaiser is going to sort of love being in that range, and it's going to be hard for the Warwick to get out once the Rylise is completed.
Well, with the Warwick into Mordekaiser matchup, from playing against Warwicks a bunch, I imagine if you pull in the Warwick and the Warwick presses his W to get that fear off, you're gonna get all the damage reduction, so that the passive isn't going to do that much, and you'll be able to just walk out because he'll be feared. Mm-hmm. So locking him into the ult is going to be the only thing that is going to be an issue for Warwick. But Warwick, if they play a lot of Warwick, they're going to know that you have to just play around being low. So even if Warwick looks like he's about to die, he'll have that barrier. He'll have the extra healing from being low. And I'd like to see a Bramble Vest early from Mordekaiser, because it's always good to get that anti-heal against the Warwick. And with the lack of real tanks on the side of SPD, I'd like to see the Mordekaiser optimizing a little bit more into that sort of tankier build, with the potentially like the Jack show, definitely a Bramble Vest first to try and neutralize that Warwick healing, and then maybe even some more like health like the Demonic Embrace or the Rylise.
Yeah, so the thing to say is that The mid jungle duo for SPD is a lot stronger, in my opinion, in this game than it was last game.
Yep, I agree.
You've got the point and click CC from the Twisted Fate yellow cards into a Gragas body slam. It is a very potent combo that I feel can quite punish the immobile Lux. So there's going to have to be a lot of covering from the Vi to make sure that this Lux doesn't get chain CC'd.
More importantly, if Gragas gets a kill, you know it's Bomber time.
Exactly.
Bomber.
You know, if there's one thing I'll never forgive Niski, is for popularizing Gragas mid, or Gragas in general.
I don't know if he necessarily popularized. I think it's what he can play. But
Wow.
hey
All
man,
I'm saying
like,
is, yeah.
we put him on Galio every game, so I can't really talk. When he was on C9.
Yeah, Gragas is a very strong champion. He's finally getting some nerfs next patch in 13.11. Long overdue, if you ask me, and I'm sure if you ask any top laners out there as well. Just a disgusting amount of damage and sustain for really not much in terms of cost.
But bear in mind, he's in the jungle. He's not mid lane.
I know, but that's another problem that he has, is that there was the freeway flex was just unhealthy.
Support.
Not if I'm playing it.
Well, no, that's true. But like, if you're picking Gragas, I'm alt F4 in the game.
Wow. But also, I'll be right there with you, because why the hell have we drafted me on Gragas support?
Just so we can go Bomber.
You know, I think that's our next draft. We just draft full on 5 bombers. So we've got Corky.
I don't even know who the fuck. Like Cogmore for the ult.
Gangplank.
Gangplank, definitely big bomber.
Yeah, I'm sure we can come up with 5. Ziggs.
Ziggs, of course. Ziggs, literally the bomber.
Yeah, I think we can come up with 5 bomber champions.
Yeah,
That'll be a fun draft. As we are heading into game 1 now, we will see game 2. Yep, game 1's already happened. It was such a banger. I want to relive it again. As we go into game 2 to see if CC can maintain their 100% never drop the game record, or if SPD can be the first person to take the game off SCC.
Yeah, so we know that we've seen SPD's bot lane suffer in the early game, and I think with Illusion it potentially is only going to get worse. They do have the Milio, but I think that in the early game I am expecting to see a lot of pressure from Cancels and Dark Matter and Follow the Wind and JS Life being a bit more sort of passive, just trying to soak up the pressure. Maybe look for that Gragas skank when there is an overextension from the bot lane, because there doesn't really seem to be like much they're going to be able to do aggressively in this lane.
Yeah, I mean, it does feel like, I'd imagine Lucian and Soda are just going to be trying to poke quite heavily and keeping that wave pushed in their favour. It's quite a horrible lane. I personally do not want to be playing into it. You do have the natural sustain that comes from the Milio, so it could be that, you know, a lot of it just runs off them quite easily, but it will be, I reckon, Follow the Wind and JS Life are going to be spending a lot of time getting familiar with the inner workings of their tower.
Can we please arrange the scoreboard so I don't think it's Milio top and call that by accident and embarrass myself? Thank you, good sir. Starting off aggressively on the side of Benboy, just looking for that initial poke with the E, and we have Man-Thing does indeed have that flash barrier, so the very classic Warwick tech there in the top lane.
Yeah, this is moments where I'm glad that I'm not a top laner, because that sounds absolutely obnoxious to play into.
But we are seeing what we thought would happen at level 1, where we have Conqueror being procced by Mordekaiser now, with the Ignite as well, actually, versus the barrier on Warwick. Will it be enough? Oh no, yes. It won't. There's a flash there for the Warwick, but it's too late. First Blood immediately going over to Thick Ari on his patented Mordekaiser top.
Yeah, bit of an overcommit. I mean, I imagine that is the power point for the Warwick, as we see level 2 ding over on the bot side for CC first, and they try and get some poke down, but none of it will stick.
No, they SPD got very lucky there that they literally hit level 2 as the Lucian dashed in. You get that extra bit of health as well. You get that level 2 onto the Enchanter to protect against the Lucian. But again, as we expected, it is pressure from the side of the CC bot lane pushing in. But here comes Gragas with the flash E to try and get the stun. Oh, the double flashes spent from the mid lane, but they are doing what we thought they should do this game, and they are already looking to target Benboy.
Yeah, it's a good look for him. A little bit maybe unlucky in the timing. It seems Tux was just too far behind the lane to get the follow-up CC on the gold card. So Gragas went in, but unfortunately Tux was still just sitting there in lane. Maybe trying to just channel the cards and make sure he gets the right one.
Nothing worse than a flash blue card. Shout out to Reggie. Meanwhile, the Mordekaiser is now back in lane with the Amptome pots versus just the potion on the side of the Warwick. Warwick now just going to be farming it out. Oh, but they are going in, interestingly. Maybe looking for the advantage without the Ignite from the Mordekaiser. The fear does go off. They're still chasing, but Conqueror is being procced on the Mordekaiser. Gets the Empowered Q, but the Warwick healing is just too damn much.
Yeah,
and that is another return kill on the Warwick. But Vi is coming down now to maybe punish the bot lane who are pushing out to try and get that wave fresh into face. Vi is coming in. Is it going to be the flash Q? A really nice flash from Follow the Wind there to instantly dodge the Vi. You have to think that Vi should have maybe flash Q'd that to guarantee the knockup, but instead there is still a flash from the Jinx and nothing else is traded there.
Yeah, ultimately if you're Vi, you're happy. The Jinx flash is gone, so your return gank is going to be a lot easier. And you saved your flash to guarantee it on the next one if need be. I feel like even if she did flash Q for the knockup, there was no world in which Jinx dies in that situation. As we see, Ugly Man Thing is being caught out here, and it's probably going to be his maker very soon, although the Warwick healing is disgusting.
Yeah, so one thing that I've learned about playing against Warwick top quite a lot is that like this healing is just absolutely insane. And I mean, if he can get another Q off, if he can get a Q off, oh, not quite, but this is the power of the early Warwick in laning phase. You underestimate how much healing he can do. You underestimate how much damage he can put out when he's low HP, and you think you've won, and actually you turn out to have lost. But in this case, with the Gragas being there, they get them both low, but the Warwick does not manage to pick up the kill. Really well spaced there by the Gragas and the Mordekaiser, forcing the Warwick to switch focus and eventually picking him up without losing a kill in return.
Yeah, I mean, it was very close though. Warwick needed to get the 2v1 outplay. To your point earlier, you said that you want to see the Mordekaiser get an early Bramble Vest. So obviously he has decided against that with going for the early Amptome. So it does look like he's going to be really struggling against this healing from the Warwick for a considerable while.
Unless he's going for the what's it called, Oblivion Orb.
Yeah, it would probably make sense better for his build path, but
So this is my thing, is that it does normally if you're Mordekaiser, but with the comp that with the SPD have with no real tank threat, like no real like sort of frontline, I'd like to see the Mordekaiser opting a bit more into that tankiness. It does make your damage feel a little bit worse, but ultimately you need to allow other people to do damage.
And he has picked up Oblivion Orb, so he does have the Grievous Wounds now, so that Warwick healing is going to be a lot less efficient and maybe not be so oppressive in the top lane now, as Gragas is trying to find his way in for a gank. They don't know he's there. This could be very dangerous.
Yep, it looks like they have no clue, but unfortunately they are still playing relatively passive. They might have had a sniff something was happening with the way that the SPD bot lane were just going relatively aggressive, so they do well to spot out that the Gragas is in fact indeed bot lane, so they don't let themselves fall victim to a gank.
And something that the Lux in particular needs to keep an eye on now is TF is 6, and so if he ever finds himself walking out of vision, he needs to call that and let people know that they could be getting ganked from TF, as he has pulled the ult now, and it looks like it is going on to the Lux. Bit of a wasted ult there, really. He was under tower, there was never really an angle to get anything.
I imagine what happened was that Gragas went for a body slam but got rooted by the Lux because the Gragas was rooted. In goes the Mordekaiser now. We have the Ignite popped on the side of the Mordekaiser, and that is just a free kill against the Warwick. Once the Ignite's up, which is a very good tech choice from the side of Mordekaiser, there's nothing he can do. And he has in fact gone indeed for the Oblivion Orb first item.
Yeah, and this top lane is getting out of control really quickly for CC. I don't know if Vi needs to be pathing there to try and stop this from getting even worse, or if it's just now in a 2v1 territory for the Mordekaiser.
It is quite hard to gank a Mordekaiser because of that that Death Realm that you can take someone into. If you take the Vi into the Death Realm with how strong the Mordekaiser is, it's a 2v1 angle. But they are potentially tracking Pilgrim with the Warwick passive, so they know that he's there. Warwick does go back in though, uses
That's
the
a lot
ult.
of damage from the ult.
Yep. But the Gragas is here, which I think he might have seen. Does get the double fill, which is nice with the flash. Will he get onto the Mordekaiser? He has the same one as last time. There's no real way to get on him. He's not going to be able to get there. He's popped the barrier. Fire's channeling, but he's already down. Mordekaiser goes in. Does actually... but gets the W healing. And there's nothing left for the Vi. Mordekaiser flashes the emote. and walks away with a free kill from him from the Warwick, and nothing to be said for the side of CC.
Yeah, and I think you really need to start hitting the panic buttons if you're CC now, because Fed Mordekaiser is one of the most horrible champions to play into. For any champion now that does get fed on CC side, they are now having to look at spending an extra 1300 gold on a QSS.
And some interesting choices here on the side of the Tux, going for with the Doran Shield and the Cull, looking for just those early farming that TF likes to do, get a hold of that passive, get those loaded die, giving you more gold, and then now going for the Sheen, looking like potentially a Lichbane first item.
Yeah, I mean, we are looking at a 1,600 gold lead roughly at 8 minutes. That is bordering on an unwinnable game state for CC. Obviously, it is only 9 minutes in, but that level of gold at this stage just means that they are at the risk of this potentially snowballing out of hand.
However, we have all seen comebacks of bigger magnitude than this. May I remember the G2 15,000 gold throw?
I'd rather not.
Which I love to bring up to you every now and again.
That was because Yumi and Akali were two broken champions on that patch, and they had broken them. But the
here comes the trade.
Oh, unlucky.
Whoa! A nice flash
corner
there from Follow the Wind to escape the sonar, and actually that probably would have been death. So very well played from them. Lux just farming.
Milio would have been able to R over it. I think the Lux.
Manting's going back in now, looking for it again, looking for another kill while the Ignite's up, but the Ignite is actually already back up, so it's going to be absolute disaster. But a really nice ult there from the Warwick. Will it be enough with the Q from the Mordekaiser? Oh, that's so close. But the Mordekaisers, the Ignite, the general item advantage just means that the Warwick doesn't have a hope here. And it is going to be, looks like maybe a contest. Oh, Follow the Wind goes immediately down to the Lux ult though.
Jinx.
Yeah,
and
Lux is going in to try and make that return kill, but you're a Twisted Fate. You don't have any items. All you've got is a Sheen, and you go down 2, and that is going to be 2 for nothing for CC. A very bizarre contest when you are not strong side on that side of the map at all. Another slow from Lux, forcing the flash out from the Milio. But overall, 2 kills over for CC, and 2 kills onto Benboy, the last person you want kills on in this team.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like maybe SPD were getting a bit confident of how the game was going, but Motley obviously didn't. Well, they probably did realise. I'm not going to say that they were not aware of it. Is that all of their gold is on Mordekaiser, and Mordekaiser was top with no way of getting down to help with the.
Oh, but it's stolen by the Jinx! The Jinx rocket steals the dragon! Oh, another steal for SPD. Crippled, you have to be wondering why that smite wasn't pulled. Were you saving it for another minion, thinking that you had a free dragon
I
there?
didn't see what happened. I thought he did pull the smite. I was very surprised to see the Jinx pull up with the kill credit on that, but that's just the added advantage that you get for a Jinx pick, and as it looks like Warwick might be on his way down again.
He does have the barrier this time. They don't really have any way of getting to him once they've pulled the Mordekaiser East. That's fine. But in the bot lane, looks like we're going a bit more aggressive from Lucian. Another culling pulled. The exhaust actually traded just for a culling. So a very good trade there if you are the side of CC, losing that 2.5 minute summoner spell for the 90 seconds of the culling.
Yeah, and you just see now that Ugly Mountain is just being pushed in and is just facing relentless pressure.
Oh, but here we go with the ult from the Sona, into the ult from the Ari, into the ult from the Vi, sorry. Double TP's coming in, but with the Lux TP coming in as well, I don't think they're going to be long for this world. Tux TP's in, immediately dies in a 4v2. I'm not sure that TP was necessarily the move, but it does mean that Pilgrim can get the Herald on the top side of the map, so at least there is a crossplay.
CC needs to pull as many plates as possible to make this trade worthwhile. They've got 2 kills, so they're already net gold up for getting rid of for sacking the Herald. But if they get some plates as well, then that'll be good for them. Very nice commit and follow up from the Lux to follow the TF.
Yeah, and I don't really know that the TP came after they were pretty much already dead, so I don't really know Bomber. I don't really know what they were looking for there. But the barrier on the Mordek, oh no! You can't be taking damage on the Warwick with the ult up and the barrier available, because you're just going to take too many tower shots and Warwick's going to get that free kill, which he indeed does get.
Yeah, that's a bit of a mistake there. I wonder what happened to the Gragas ult. Or maybe it was just the unstoppable from the Warwick ult.
Maybe.
Yeah, I think it was. I'm watching the replay on the second screen that's on the delay, and it looks like it was just a perfectly channeled R from the Warwick to deny the Greg assault and also lock down the ward under the tower.
Yeah, and I mean, as someone who's played a lot of top lane and played against Lorik, I guarantee it's so easy to do. You just step slightly too far in range, you take that first tower shot, you get ulted by the Warwick, he presses the barrier, and you just die. But here comes Jinx now with those power advantages, using the power of the new equipment to try and kill the Sona and the Milio. With the Milio range extended, looks like they're going on the Sona. Will it be a kill? There's no mana left on the Jinx, so they're going to have to run away. So close to a kill there. The ult is up, but I don't think Jinx has anywhere near enough mana to actually get the kill here.
No, very aggressive trading from the bot side. The Milio putting in work with just extending the range of a historically low range carrier in Jinx.
And when you see the Herald go down, you know that you
Jinx
can't
has
really
been
contest
pulled.
it. But they are going far too deep. Fi's gone in, immediately kills the Jinx. Lux is here too. Lucian's here. They're going to try and just maybe go for plates, but Pilgrim's going to die too. And that goes over to Lux, so that's another kill, another assist for the Lux. Benboy popping off once again.
Yeah, it's the mid jungle duo doing what they do in every game, it seems. And, you know, I said it 8 minutes ago, or 6 minutes ago, that this was an untenable gold lead for CC to pull back. Well, it turns out they've proved me alive because they've already pulled it back. And it looks like Warwick's going to win this 1v1.
Yeah, that is the power of the Blade of the Ruined King and the Merc Treads there. Just not enough lockdown for the Warwick, who can just heal for days with disgusting amounts of healing. But I do think, though, going back to that, I want to go back to that play in the bot lane. I feel like they just went way too deep. You get the Herald down, just sit there and soak up the plates. You saw that Dark Matter was low, but you didn't realize, or maybe there wasn't a call, that Lux was already there. And if Lux is there with the Ludens, with the Sork Pen boots, you're not going to be able to actually contest that. You're just going to die.
Yeah, no, the Jinx ult did eventually come through and put down Dark Matter onto maybe like 10 HP. It was very low, and I think maybe they just got gold in their eyes and thought it was a quick pick, but unfortunately it didn't work out that way.
In the meantime, with all of this happening, what it's resulted in is, oh no, down goes Jinx again, gets ulted by the Sona, gets ulted, but Benboy goes down, and somehow Jinx is alive. I don't know what happened there, but somehow Jinx lives, and a nice collapse from the Twisted Fate, which is what you picked Twisted Fate for, getting the huge shutdown from Benboy, onto Benboy, excuse me, for Tux, which is absolutely massive. Meanwhile, Mordekaiser fighting back against the Warwick, but the Warwick still actually in control of this lane now.
Yeah, I mean, the Jinx actually managed to get out there with purely just her flash. The Milio is still up, Exhaust is still up, Milio heal is still up, so it was a big commit, and all they got from it was Jinx's flash, and in the reverse side of it, they lost Benboy and the shutdown for it. As we just see some trading now across all the lanes. The supports are matching the mid push. We are currently seeing maybe a 3v2 in the, or 3v3 mid skirmish going on. Dragon is up, so they are fighting for wave control, and Warwick might actually be getting first tower on this push if he keeps up this momentum.
Yep, getting that heal trade there with the Q. Does unfortunately still have his healing reduction on, so there's not going to be too much there. And I think Mordekai's going to his wave.
They are now taking the dragon. Will we see another Jinx steal? Ult is up. Are they going to body block for it this time? Or
they have seen it. Jinx is looking to get as maximum thing as possible. Looks like Vi's trying to do it. Will she pull it? Way too late.
Way late. I think they even saw the notification come up before they pulled that.
Never mind. We've all done it. You have to just go for the attempt, really. But
and now we're on a Hextech map, and as always, the measure of a good player and a good team is, do they remember Hex Gates?
Warwick managing to R away there, just as he walked into the Gragas, not wanting to take a 2v1, which is very sensible. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, the Triforce coming out for TF, so it's actually going to be ADTF.
Interesting. I think it might just be that Triforce is just very strong at the moment, and I imagine that's also going to be Rapid Fire Cannon just to get that range extension on the gold card as well, based on the Energized Crystal item. I don't know what its name is, given the slot. The top tower did not go down in the end from the Warwick. Mordekaiser did manage to hold it off, but we have two very low outers on the side of SPD that are just waiting to fall as soon as CC gets some pressure. As you see, a 3v2 in the bot lane. We'll see if they commit on this.
Vi looking to channel it, but actually, oh no, they are going in, but they haven't pulled the R again. I like that discipline. We've seen too many Vi's go under tower and aggressively go for those kills, but actually, no, goes in, doesn't see the angle, walks back out, but does get a lot of pressure for the bot lane. Ooh,
And SPD do secure first tower.
Yeah,
with the
the
roaming from
Triforce. The Triforce TF get it with that extra attack speed that you get passively from TF, giving you free ability there to get the first tower. Meanwhile, Warwick's looking for that second tower. Then we'll try and turn for fight. But he is in the death realm now. Will it be enough for the Mordekai's to kill him? The barrier's gone up. But Warwick is still trying to go for fighting. The healing's coming back in. The Bork is going to go heal as well. But the TF's coming in as well with the ult. Oh, the Mordekai's are getting the Mordekai's are flash away. The stun from the TF. Is it going to be enough? Another more healing from the Warwick. It's so disgusting. Will Warwick actually... Oh, wow. So, in the end, they managed to see C-Chain in very well there with the blue card, with the Mordekai's at E, with the Rylai's going to not quite allow him to get the kills. But that is the power of Warwick, even from behind. In a 2v1 with only an Aegis and the Blade of the Ruined King, almost 2v1ing.
Yeah, that was actually quite disgusting to watch, to be honest. And I wasn't even, I'd say, a very good barrier from the Warwick. He kind of barried nothing. He didn't like barrier one of the Mordekai's Qs. So if he had barriered more efficiently, he maybe could have got the turnaround.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine maybe the barrier is just to allow him to heal more. I don't know, because you're on low HP. But either way, it's very close there from the Warwick. They are looking to maybe contest this Herald. They have found the Vi, but there is no one else here on the side of SPD who can get in quick enough. The Herald is secured by CC, and with the Bomber keeping him in, does go for the ult now. No way to get out. A really nice R there from the Gragas to stop the Vi from getting over the wall. But meanwhile, Follow the Wind somehow 1v1's the Lucian.
Yeah, that was a weird interaction. That looked pretty funky on screen, but that is not the sort of thing that should be happening. I can only imagine that he walked into traps in the W and then just got ran down by the Jinx.
Yeah, I mean,
so Herald was secured by CC.
Yep.
They find themselves at a 1.5k deficit. It'll be interesting to see if they can use this Herald to try and claw back some of that gold, as it looks like the bottom outer is going to collapse under the minion wave.
So here's an interesting like thing for you that I don't know if you've noticed. Look at Vi's build. Vi has got Evan Shroud and then has got QSS.
Yeah, so going for like utility support Vi, just trying to get the damage amplification for the Lux and the Lucian. Not a typical build, but maybe saw how squishy the Vi was last game and didn't want to repeat that. As we see,
comes in. The stun actually still goes through. Warwick is not going to be fast enough to get out of this one, and Tux is now on a killing spree. The Triforce rapid fire TF coming in huge.
Yeah, that was a strange one. It obviously the auto landed after the ult, which is why even though he's unstoppable, he still got CC'd. So strange interaction here.
Crippled is now looking for a flank here. They've seen 3. They don't know that Crippled is there, but there's no one to follow up quickly enough. And actually, they catch him with Pilgrim, but they all manage to run away because they don't want to take the fight there, knowing there's 4 people. Benboy's ult goes slightly too wide, and now everyone's running for their lives. Tux is potentially looking for a flank, but actually I think it's just going to be a disengage from CC.
Yeah, as we're 30 seconds away from the dragon to spawn, it'll be the second one from either team, whoever takes it. We're on the Hex Tech map, so you can get around the map very quickly. As teams should be looking to reset to try and get prior on this. It looks like at the moment SPD have the early tracks on it.
Yeah, so I mean, looking at the so just doing a quick item check now, we have got the Jack Show coming in for the Mordekaiser, so I like to see it. I want to see that tankier build coming out from the Mordekaiser with the support Vi coming in there as well. 2 items completed for Benboy, 2 items completed for TF. We got power picks all over the place. We have Jinx and Lucian both looking relatively weak, to be honest, compared to the other parts of the other states of the lanes. But it is going to be the Dragon started for CC, and the culling popped early to try and just get some spacing. But they do actually manage to catch the Dark Matter on the top side there, force the flash out. The gold card comes in. They're just trying to finish the Dragon with the ults from the but Gragas gets the Dragon. Crippled loses another smite fight, and now they're just going to run. Now they're just running for the hills. Tux is going in there. Will get the bonk on the Sona. Will Lux be able to make a return kill? No, but it's a triple claw for Follow the Wind on the other side of the map, on the other side of the fight, and it looks like SPD are going straight for Baron.
Yeah, a really, really strong fight. I'm not sure what happened. They got a good early pick on the Sona, which basically nullified their impact in the fight. Warwick did hit a nice ult on the Gragas to try and interrupt the steal attempt, but unfortunately it wasn't enough, and still came through. And then after that, Jinx just did Jinx things, especially when buffed up by the Milia.
Yeah, I mean, Crippled, you have to feel for Crippled. That's 3 smites he's now lost. And
yeah, I mean, obviously.
But here comes. He's going to look for that ER combo to try and steal the Baron. Not quite. The smite comes in from Gragas, but Tux looking to try and play blocker might actually have played blocker for his own life, and he does. Down he goes.
Ultimately, you still take that if you're SPD. 1 for 4 Barons is more than a good trade. They're now sitting at a 6k gold lead. They've got the Baron, they're wearing the purple. It's to see now what they can do to utilise it.
Yep, and I wonder what they'll do actually coming out of base now. Will they all go for one lane? Will they split lanes? They have to still look at this Warwick, who is still scary despite his scoreline, as well as the whole story. But looking at the gold here, it's a big lead for the TF. A lot of that's going to be in his passive, and we have to sort of take that into account. But it's even for the ADCs. Tux is ahead. I didn't check the Mordekaiser. I'm assuming he's ahead of the Warwick.
Yeah.
So actually, SPD 6k gold up.
Yeah, they're in a very strong position. So 1.5k is the lead that the Mordekaiser was currently sitting on. So yeah, SPD are in a very
700 gold for the TF from his passive. So he was still like 1,000 gold up without it.
Yeah, well, about 1,500 or something similar, but yeah, very either way, yeah. So yeah, the TF is in a very strong position, and the Jinx is also in a very strong position, set up for the carry, backed up by the Milio. We've seen what the Milio did in the last game for CC, and it does seem that Milio is going to be the sort of power pick for this series.
They catch the crippled here. The crippled flashes. He gets bombarded away. The TF ult has been pulled, but it's not going to be enough to let the Vi get the Vi, because the Vi
Warwick
can just
is
run away.
missing, but I mean, ultimately it's good that they're getting these fights, but they're not really utilising the Baron effectively when they're looking for these sort of skirmishes in the mid lane.
Flash burn from Vi.
Yeah.
But look at Warwick. Is he looking for an angle somewhere? Maybe to go for that Mordekaiser. Maybe to go for that AD carry from SPD. But he's just going to sort of...
it's hard for the Warwick to get onto the AD carry because Milio will just press R, and then...
Here comes Tux on the side. But it just looks like it's going to be a support rather than anything too aggressive or flanky. So instead, they're just going to handshake. They're going to watch the Baron minions go down. Not really too much happening right now. I'd like to see SPD going to sideways. They try and catch the crippled, but a really nice catch there, but a clean Milio ult to cleanse the CC on Follow the Wind, who is now still alive. Mordekaiser pulls everyone in. Warwick goes in, actually hits Jinx. Jinx goes down. It's now a 4v5. Will they manage to do any more?
Mordekaiser did pull the Warwick into the death realm.
Mordekaiser is now in death realm. They're waiting for the Mordekaiser to come out before they kill him. But crippled is so low. Cancels can't do enough damage to kill him. Man-Thing now chasing as well, but chases too deep. Chases into the gates of hell, and down he goes too.
Yeah, so overall it was a 1-for-1, but it looked like it was a really strong position for CC before they just sort of overcommitted, looking for more than just a single hit.
Tux absolutely annihilates Cancels with the gold card into the extra damage from the Triforce and the Kraken. Cancel stepping a bit too far forward, they're not having the cleanse to get away. Benboy looking to try and get him, but unfortunately just missed. But down goes Milio straight away, completely out of position, but now so is Lux, but Lux manages to get away because there's no mana on the TF. He can't use his Q. He has to just auto. A nice snare there from the Lux to actually kill TF. There's more, but there isn't because they start to run away, disengage now. The Jinx Rocket comes in, does just miss, but this seems like a bit of an overforce from SPD.
Yeah, they got the tower, you know, they should have been happy with that, but ultimately they still are coming up. They're still, you know, the gold lead has grown, even if not by as much as they could have had if they played perfectly, but, you know, I think they feel that they're ahead and they're maybe just looking to try and just accelerate anything that they can. It was a really good catch by Tux onto the Lucian in the jungle to begin with, and then they just followed it up.
Even Shroud doing 1,000 bonus damage, you'll love to see it.
Yeah, I feel like she's not getting much value out of that really. You know, is 1,000 extra damage on your team worth the extra thing that you're going to be getting from Divine Sunderer damage?
Also interestingly, consider that there's also the Frozen Heart as well, so they're really optimizing on trying to stop this TF, trying to stop this Jinx. I really like that build from the Vi. If you're going that more defensive build, Frozen Heart when you have two big auto attackers is actually really huge. But they are now starting up the Dragon on the side of CC, or just looking to try and maybe bait it out. It is going to be that Hextech Dragon, and they probably will fight for this because Hextech Soul is very powerful.
Yeah, I mean, Jinx is now pushing in the wave, so it does put them on a bit of a timer that they can't spend too much time. But you see that this Lux R damage just really isn't sticking to Milio, healing so much of it.
Yeah. Oh, the sonar ult goes wide there. That's a big cooldown. And now Mordekaiser can just run at them as the front line. The nice ult there from the cripple to try and get damage down. But Mordekaiser just laughing in this choke point. There's nothing that can be done. Warwick goes in actually. Does manage to get the stun onto Tux, but gets exhausted immediately. Now he's trying to heal. Down goes the Gragas. Down goes Warwick. Cripple's no longer for this world either. And it's going to be a 2-for-1 in the favour of CC.
Yeah, Cassie gets about as good of a trade as he could probably ever hope for.
Tux looking so low with that extra, with the Zhonya's, does go down to Sona, but it's now just been a 3-for-3. An absolute bloodbath of a fight, but no one coming out with any real advantages here. But the big thing for the side of SPD is that Mordekaiser just stood there in that chokehold with the Abyssal, with the Rylai's, with the Jack Show, and just laughed at them.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not entirely sure how they actually managed to get onto the back line with the Mordekaiser acting as such a blocker for them, but they did manage to find the angle and they did manage to assassinate. Cancels had a really good Gale Force trade onto the Jinx, otherwise that was a truly lost fight. As it looks like we're going for round 2. They did
here we go again.
And we are looking to see who secures the third dragon.
I mean, look at this TF. He's going Zhonya's now as well. He's got so much power, but critically, he doesn't have that stopwatch anymore. The stopwatch is down. Looks like the CC got there first. They're just going to try and burn it down as quickly as possible. Will we get another steal? Gragas is going to look for it. Gragas goes in. Oh, but a smite this time. The crippled says not this time. No one steals 4 times, but everyone goes back in. A nice re-engage from Warwick. But the Tux is on the backline just ripping through Dark Matter, but he's focusing the support. That's not how you want to focus, my friend. You need to be focusing the carries, because the carries right now are just going to rip through the Mordekaiser, and that's going to be a 2-for-1 and a 2-for-0, sorry, and a Baron for CC.
So Tux secure the dragon and get a 3-for-0. That was a massive team fight for CC. Somehow pulled out of nowhere.
Tux focusing the support there is not the move. I know the Sonas is scary, but you need to be hitting the Lucian, you need to be hitting the Lux. You can't just be hitting the Sona for that long and with 3 people in your face and not get anything for it.
And crucially, although Mordekaiser did ult the Warwick, he didn't win the fight. The Warwick was actually fine in that situation, and you kind of held yourself in place while the fight around you was happening. And then as soon as you come out of that death realm, you're suddenly staring at 4 other angry people who want to kill you.
Yeah. So just a really solid fight there for CC. Crippled getting the key smite there, managing to secure the dragon after having dragon stolen from his face 3 times. You love to see it.
It just goes to show that it's a bit like blitz hooks. It doesn't matter how many you miss as long as you hit the one that has.
Yep, true, exactly. So TF now having that Zhonya's completed, so that's going to be another point for the side of CC to worry about, knowing that you can't necessarily just get an easy pick on the TF. But on the side of CC, we have almost Rabadon's completed for Lux. We have Book, we have Jack Show, we have Tiamat, we almost have Titanic completed on the Warwick. But he does die very quickly. Never mind, because he just absolutely annihilates Tux with the ult. He gets CC, gets bombed away. But there's the Zhonya's. It's not going to matter. Warwick's just going to kill him. Down goes Tux in a 2v1. Mordekaiser now turns up to make it a 3v1, but the damage has been done. Tux is down. CC needs to start pushing bot lane.
Yeah, unfortunately, CC kind of got a bit sidetracked with just getting blue buff instead of pushing out waves. So they had a real nice play top, but they still couldn't capitalize it with the numbers that they did push top to try and kill the Warwick. This TF build is really good at getting the picks, but it doesn't seem like he's got much in sustained damage now. It looks like either maybe the scaling has come through from the tankiness on the picks that he's going for, so I don't know that he can keep looking for the Warwick on the side lanes now. As you can see that the Warwick has pulled in nearly 10,000 damage on that Blade of the Ring King.
Oh my god, 10,000 damage, goodness me. I only read 800, but yeah, 10,000 damage, and
so
yeah,
it's
working
very
at
hard
1v1
to know who to pick if you're TF, because you can't side lane against this Warwick.
Right.
And it's getting very difficult, and with the tankiness of the Vi, you are now maybe starting to wonder whether or not there's enough damage on the side of SPD to actually get through this.
With the Baron, CC now just take the inner tower for free. No real contest there from the side of SPD. They're just sort of like, you know what, we'll let you take it. You've got Baron. We haven't really got any real way to deal with it. Here comes another fight in the top lane. The Ignite is pulled by the Mordekaiser.
Warwick
does still have barrier. He does still have ult. Will he pop it? Yes, he will. Look at the healing, but look at the return damage from the Mordekaiser. He's sitting in the ult. Warwick can't turn this now. He has to keep fighting him, but he's going to go down with the tower shot. And Mordekaiser does win that 1v1 in the end. The pick onto The Vi from the TF does not go anywhere. Bit of an ult there, a zoning ult there from the Lux, and overall, getting the kill from the Mordekaiser onto the Warwick is huge, but the Mordekaiser is also not there to help frontline for the rest of the team, so they're just able to get that chip damage on that tower with the Baron very easily.
Yeah, I feel like maybe if you're CC, you should be looking to pull the trigger on that, because the only way you're going to be able to get these towers down is by diving or really just trying to get a pick. They've got so much wave clear on the side of SPD that you're not really going to be able to siege towers conventionally, and it's also a very low range comp with Dilution and the Lux.
Yep. So
I mean, in terms of Lux hitting the towers, also she's got a lot of range with her abilities. But...
So Dragon's coming up in 50 seconds, and you have to think that's going to be a bloodbath of a fight, and potentially a game-deciding fight for this next Dragon if both teams decide they want to go for it.
Yeah, I mean, the logical decision would be to both go for it, because it puts you, whoever wins it, on sole point. But if you were maybe a bit bolder in your macro calls, you could say give it and overload the top side of the map, and maybe try and get like an inhib for the whole time that they're setting up the Dragon. If you're going to do that, I think it's SPD who has to make that call, because they can send the TF top, he can start pushing that wave out that's already collapsing. There's a weak T2 tower top, he's got the ult, he's got TP, he's got so many options to get to the Dragon if it needs it, but they could be getting so much top instead of just doing what he's doing now.
10 seconds now for the Dragon. It looks like TF is going to make his way over to the top side of the map, and the call is to actually concede the Dragon with the Gragas now moving towards the top side as well. They might be looking for vision. They're just going to give this one for free over to CC with the numbers advantage. There is nothing that's to be done. The Dragon's going to go down. Thank you very much, say CC, and TF looks to get the tower in return.
I'm not saying that that's a bad play, because it's a play that I thought just should happen, but I feel like it's a decision that should be made maybe 20-30 seconds before it's made, because at that point, the TF's already at the inhibs.
Warwick gets caught napping, gets caught basing, but will he be able to turn it around? There's no ignite on the Mordekaiser, but there's 3 people looking for the Warwick here. It's just going to be a free kill.
Yeah,
TF's now in the base.
Yeah, TF is now going to get this in him. Imagine if they made this call like 20 seconds earlier, but he's going to get out now because he's just, so overall, yeah, they lost the third Dragon, but it was only third Dragon, it wasn't their soul. They got inhib, they got picks, and they probably came out better out on that.
I agree. I think Warwick being caught basing there in no man's land is just a big no-no. You need to be basing in bushes. You need to be aware of what's happening around you. I think that's just we've all done it. It's just very unfortunate. But yeah, that's a pretty critical mistake.
Yeah, and the lane assignments from CC have sort of fallen apart here, really. SPD have now got a free hit on the bot wave, and it looks like they're all top side, but there's nothing for them on top. So it's very curious series of events that CC have found themselves in.
Tux they do blow Tux's flash, so they are looking for that pick with the Viol, with the Lux ult to get him low. But unfortunately, they don't really have the range to get there, so Tux just walks away, but with his flash down, which is actually kind of big.
Yeah. So we swap those to gold lead, and we see it's a 3k gold lead for TF over the Lux, a 3k gold lead for Lelouch over the Jinx, which is surprising, but there is a big 3k gold lead on the top side for the Mordekaiser as well.
Yeah, so the TF getting 1,000 gold from his passive there is pretty nuts, so 2k gold lead really for the TF.
Very dangerous situation there for Cripple. They could have forced onto him.
So we're now looking at potentially a Baron with the Follow the Wind starting it. No, it just seems to be a bit of a bait. Look at all that vision top side for SPD. You can't clear it all out because sweeper changes mean that supports are sad, so it's all still there. Will there be another sweeper up? No, it does not. There will be, so they know exactly where CC are, and they're just gonna let them play chicken really with the Baron.
And TF can now just split push to his heart's content. He's got the ult.
Milio just popped his ult for a simple Lux snare onto the Mordekaiser. I don't necessarily know if that's the right move. I think that might have been a bit of a preempt.
I think they are just trying to buy as much time as possible.
Yeah, Tux is just going for the top wave.
And
the bot wave, sorry, excuse me.
CC need to either force the engagement on 4v5, or they need to send someone back to deal with the TF, which it does look like.
Oh, a nice Jinx rocket there to interrupt the back. At that point, are they going to call for? They're going to call for Baron. They know that
they have to, but
yeah. I
they
think
also should have again made the decision 20 seconds before it's finally made. And it looks like they're losing everything. They're losing the fight and their base.
Yeah. Oh wait, not just yet. Down. The Mordekaiser's in the death. Is in the death. I can't really tell what happened. The Mordekaiser just died. Okay.
But they have lost an in here.
But they're going to lose the base. They're going to lose the base. Tux is going. Look at the damage. Tux is just going to go. Will they be able to stop the TP? No, they won't. So Lux is now back to stop the TF.
It was so close. Gragas did flash body slam, but just came short, and the TP did channel. As we have
So
a
they
very,
are-
very delicate game state right now.
Yeah. They're
It
possibly
looks like they're
just
trying to
look
force
for-
it. They
Oh,
killed
down
Emilio.
goes Emilio. Emilio goes down straight
But they're not
away.
going to get
Lots
the
of
Baron.
time.
Oh no, they've
No,
re-aggroed
they've
it.
gone back. They've gone back on the Baron now to try and get it. But
But their base is in
look,
complete shambles.
Pilgrim is
and-
just going to be able to do so much damage with these barrels here. Will he be looking for something here? Will he go over the top? No, it is in fact the Baron secured for CC, but at the cost of one inhib, and I think both Nexus towers.
Yeah, not a worthwhile trade. Unfortunately, they were just caught in two minds as to whether they wanted to try and force a fight and get the Baron or deal with DTF. And unfortunately, they got they did eventually get the Baron, but it cost them so much.
Yeah, and now with the TF ult being available, you have to keep at least one, if not two people in that base, because ADTF is going to absolutely rip through that Nexus.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, they have to sit in their base now until those inhibs back up, which completely nullifies the whole point of having the Baron.
Yep. But it means, I guess, that they don't. The SPD don't have the Baron.
No, CC have the Baron, yeah. So, but they can't leave the base to use.
Yeah,
it.
so that's what I mean.
Yeah.
It means that SPD don't have the Baron.
Yeah,
It's better than, like, you know,
yeah, it's
them
denial.
losing.
Yeah.
But,
but
it
30
is going to be
seconds to
Dragon
Dragon.
Soul, exactly. Dragon Soul in 30 seconds. They haven't got enough waves pushed out. They know that they can just go into the base with the TFR, so they have to be careful of what's happening. So it might be that they just concede third Dragon as well.
Yeah. It's a really difficult game now for CC to play because unless they can keep a constant cooldown on or check on the TF they will
But they do
throw
find
it
Pilgrim.
in.
Pilgrim now getting caught by the Vi. Looks like the ult there from the note that also wasn't used. It was a weird part of the thing. But a big damage onto Follow the Wind there from the Lux. But Ari is just going to tank up so much with this Mordekaiser. Warwick is still in the base, so they're in 4v4. They're going over the wall to the Hex Gate to try and look for a flank, but they already know they're there. Crippled now going back over the Dragon Pit, looking to maybe try and do this Dragon or to stop CC from doing it.
Yeah,
Mordekaiser's
Warwick
just so
is-
damn tanky. They can't do anything, they can't kill them, they can't pressure it up, but they are trying to still do this 4v5. Lux is looking like she wants to put out loads of damage, but the gold card from the TF is enough to make them all fall away. Will they get the smite down? It goes
They
down
have
to
to get the
CC.
soul.
CC do get the soul 4v5. What a mistake
They've lost
there
their
from SPD.
jungler. They've
SPD
traded.
didn't have to run. SPD have to run. If the SPD don't
CC
run here, I
have to
think
run.
the game's over. CC,
Yeah.
sorry, yeah, CC have to run. CC have to keep going. Tux is going in. Tux is looking
Oh
for
my
the stoner.
God.
Oh, it's humongous damage. They all go down. It's just the Warwick and the Lux left alive. 2v4. Will they be able to do it? 2v3, sorry.
The Lucian did actually manage to execute the Mordekaiser with a disgusting amount of damage. But it's very hard for the two remaining members of CC to keep the space alive, especially when you miss your ult like that, unfortunately.
Meanwhile, Warwick still trying to just tank up the things, but isn't going to be enough. Jinx now gets excited. Benboy has to flash. Benboy gets gold carded.
And
that's
that's
game
game,
over.
and this will
That
be
might
the
be
first
game 3.
game that
This is
CC have
going to
dropped.
Silver Scrapes.
Yep, and for the first time, we have seen that CC does bleed.
So does my fucking.
Okay, so the comeback is on. We are now at a tie series of 1-1, and we'll be looking to see what happens in Game 3 after a much improved Game 2 from SPD. Hello and welcome back as we're about to head into game 3. CC have taken the blue side as we head into the game 3 draft. We're just waiting for the teams to confirm that they're ready, and then we'll head into the draft as we conclude this series. We've had a very fun and eventful series so far. We're at 1-1 tied, and CC have dropped their first game of the Sunday Cup split. A much improved game 2 from SPD. They've reverted to form with their traditional lineup, and you can definitely see that they're a lot more confident and proficient on this, and the picks that they chose, they managed to really shut down and neutralize a lot of the CC early threats. The mid-jungle duo from CC, well, Benboy and Crippled, weren't really able to get snowballing as much as they wanted to, and the TF pick actually offered them a lot of options around the map for setting up quick picks and snowballing into objectives and other kills. We saw a very back and forward game. The crux of the matter was that CC were just unable to deal with the split push potential from the Twisted Fate, and they just got pulled apart the map really, despite winning objectives and actually ending up with the Dragon Soul. So as we go in, we'll see what adjustments are made. It does seem that the power pick for this series is the Milio. Both teams have played it, both teams have won with it. So I do wonder whether or not SPD will ban it to prevent the first pick from CC, or whether or not they've got something prepared, because it does seem to be that whoever has the Milio just has the options to extend these team fights and keep it going for as long as possible, and just giving them that greater chance of winning. So as we head into the draft, hopefully very soon, we can get this going and see who will finally win and be the undefeated Group B leaders.
I do have a very quick important announcement, and that is that I can actually play Silver Scrapes like this on stream, and then turn that up.
God.
Brilliant.
And then we can play Silver Scrapes until the game starts.
I want 10 hours of
Fantastic.
Silver Scrapes.
Yep. Well, we won't speak over it because it's iconic, and as soon as the draft started, we'll be back.
All right.
Okay, and we have headed into draft.
Yep. So if we look at the draft, are we expecting many changes from SPD or CC, do you think?
Well, I think that the Milio will have to be banned by the SPD, or they're going to be giving away first pick to CC, and we have established that that is probably the power pick of this series.
Actually, thinking about it, it could be the power pick of the meta going forward.
You don't have to be
If people play Milio, I feel like
Yeah.
you have to contest it, because it's going to be such a strong pick. It gives so many strong options.
And you can see that has been banned, denying it for the first pick option for CC, but also it means they don't get it as well.
Yep.
So it will be interesting to see now what changes. The Lulu is open, and that is JS Life's second best pick, so it could be a good denial if Dark Matter was to take it here, but it's whether or not you want to first pick the Lulu.
I mean, I feel like Lulu's a relatively safe first pick, right? You can obviously pick something like Blitzcrank, but they have gone for the Swain. They've gone for the Benboy special. They want him on his power pick. They want him to carry the game. They know that if Benboy's doing well, they're going to win. So they give Benboy one of his strongest champions.
And I imagine now you're going to see the Lulu, and probably a Jinx or a similar hyperscaling champion.
Yep. Jinx, Cogmore. Jinx it is. And surely the Lulu comes out here.
Yeah, I feel like if you don't take the Lulu here, you're basically giving up for 2-3 on CC side. But it isn't an instant slam, so maybe they are having to think about it.
Yep, I think they think, do we give the Lulu? Do we take the Lulu? Do we want Lulu with Jinx here? But they are in fact going to go for the Lulu, as we expected. So the bot lane has been revealed for SPD, the most likely the mid laner there for the side of CC. Will CC look to contest the bot lane here, or will they look for a stronger jungle and potentially top pick? But it looks like they are going to go back to the Twitch.
The Switch was very good in game 1, but Twitch also benefited massively from the Milio off the table, Lulu off the table. I mean, I guess you could go for Janna if you're going to keep on that whole Enchanter meta that we've got going on in this series, or maybe they try and, well, there we go, see.
I mean, I feel like also Janna's just a very good pick. I think because SPD have shown they want to draft Engage. They've drafted the Vi. They've drafted Vi twice. So
no?
Who
Vi was on CC last game.
Who they drafted in game 2? I can't even remember.
Gragas.
So they draft a lot of Engage, right? So to get Janna on their side, to get that disengage going, to get those shields going, etc. But they have gone for the Syndra into the Swain matchup. Now, Swain is never going to die to Syndra, really, apart from maybe if he misplays at like level 1. But you can easily farm those stacks from the first strike from the Syndra. You can farm the passive stacks when you hit the 2 abilities. So I don't think it's a terrible matchup for the Syndra here, as we do see Gragas and Malphite both being banned away in phase 2.
And you have to imagine that the next ban really probably should be a Mordekaiser. But the Rek'Sai has come through, because we are still looking at a jungle top for both of these teams.
Yep.
But I would imagine, Mordekaiser did a lot of work last game, and both teams have shown a proficiency on the champion. So I'd be very surprised if it does make it through the draft. As we are waiting to see the final ban from CC, and they've taken Shaco out, which is a bit of a strange one.
Yeah.
I don't recall seeing much mastery for the Shaco from the side of SPD, but maybe that's a scrim mess that we're not privy to. So will they lock in the jungle, or will they blind the top here?
I feel like you have to take jungle here, right? If you are SPD, you want to be waiting for that counter pick for top lane, and they go for the Vi again. So it's Vi again, despite not really being the most successful or impactful that I've seen so far.
And that's matched with a Kindred.
Wow, the
And
Kindred
the
and the
Mordekaiser.
Mordekaiser. So I really feel like if you're CC, you feel like you've got everything here, right?
Yeah, that is pretty much, as outside of Milio, that was probably your perfect draft, and you're probably happy with that. The Kindred scaling with the Twitch and the Janna as well are just going to be a very, very powerful late game, and you've got Ugly Man Thing on his undisputed best pick.
Yep.
So we'll see what they do to try and counter it, and they've
gone for Jax. Okay, so on the side of SPD, there's a lot of scaling with the Jax, with Jinx. Syndra can delete the Twitch if she catches him. But on the side of CC, you've got the Kindred to deny the Syndra. I just feel like you've got the Swain to just be that unkillable frontline monster we talked about from last series, where Benboy played Swain, did get ahead, became a brick wall effectively that the other team couldn't get through. You have to worry that this potentially could happen again. Benboy gets ahead, gets that early Rod of Ages, gets those early gets that early health going, and just becomes unstoppable.
Okay, so I may be getting some feedback here that there might be an issue with the spectator in that they can't see much, they can't see the draft. So you just have to rely on us for describing it to you in perfect detail. So we are now getting ready to load into the 3-minute spectator delay, where we'll just talk about the draft a little bit for people who can't see it at home maybe, and we'll talk about how we expect it to interact.
So on the side of CC, who are on blue side, we've got Mordekaiser top. We have Kindred in the jungle, Swain mid, Twitch ADC, and Janna support. On the side of SPD on red side, we have Jax top with Vi jungle, Syndra mid, Jinx, and Lulu rounding out the bot lane there. So, as usual for this series, we have both bot lanes on their scaling safe picks. Most likely going to be relatively stable lanes. We didn't see too much action in the laning phase in the last 2 games. A bit of pressure here and there, a couple of kills, but nothing like, sort of very bloodbathy, no real snowbally early lanes. Just a lot of CS differences and pressure and that sort of thing. The top lane's been absolute bloodbath the last few games. So I'm expecting that to be exactly the same thing here, with Jax and Mordekaiser both being melee duelists wanting to get in there. That's going to be probably the lane to look at in terms of pressure. And the mid jungles, with Kindred this time, I feel like it's going to be a bit more about if Swain can get the early pressure solo, pushing that lane early against Syndra, which is very hard to do, to allow Kindred to start getting those marks.
Yeah, it's going to be Well, as you've already touched on, it's going to be a rote repeat probably of the last 2 games that we've seen. It's really just going to come down to, as always, the sort of mid jungle duo and what they can do to accelerate and snowball the game. So what I would imagine, though, that is different in this particular game will probably be that the Mordekaiser is in the hands of Ugly Man Thing, and to see what he can do in this top lane matchup against the Jax.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's definitely the lane to look at. I think top lane has definitely been the most um volatile lane, hasn't it? We've seen both the Warwick and the Mordekaiser in the last game trading blow for blow. We thought the Mordekaiser was going to run over the lane. Suddenly the Warwick started running over the lane. There was like a bit of jungle pressure, but by the time the junglers turned up, it really was over.
Yeah, it was a very strange performance from the Mordekaiser. It just seems to like ebb and flow into being strong and then being weak and then being strong and then being weak. But he definitely brought a lot more in the team fights than the Warwick did, really.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. But that Warwick wasn't weak either. Like, he got a couple of really good ults off, managed to catch the Jinx a couple of times. So it definitely wasn't like a terrible pick at all. I think it's definitely had its advantages, and I think we are just going to lose the stream for a second and just see if we can bring back the full overlay for you and the full stream spectate client for you.
Yep, we're about 10 seconds left of the spectator delay, and then hopefully we'll be able to boot into the client. Hopefully when we actually boot up the game, everything will be running properly. Otherwise, we'll do our best to try and paint our pictures with words, excuse me, and explain exactly what's happening for you.
Off to a great start for doing that, eh?
Yeah.
It's game 3. This is where we just descend into madness and just start memeing.
Frankly, I'm annoyed that it's gone to game 3. I want an early bedtime tonight.
It's fine. It's what we get. It's what we get for trying to get the banger series. You know what I mean? Right,
And it has definitely lived up to its billing as a banger
It
series.
has indeed. So we are in the game. I think if Vizzy, you can just let us know if people can see the stream so that we know how descriptive to be, or if we need to be more aware of if people can see or can't see. That'd be great. But so far it looks like okay, sweet. They can see everything. Fantastic. Let's get into the last game of this absolutely banger series. Who will top Group B of the Sunday Cup End of Series 1 tournament? Let's find out right here.
Okay, and it looks like it's just a very standard level 1 with a fan, no late invades. I feel like this could be a potentially very cagey game, as nobody wants to be the team that loses and nobody wants to be the player that leads to that loss.
So we have very sort of standard matchups across the very standard item starts, across the board here. The standard support items, nothing too fancy on either side. It does look like red side want to push in to try and track this Kindred as early as possible, which I think is the right idea. You never want Kindred to just be allowed to do what she wants. But they do throw out a little bit of pressure. They haven't really seen cancels. Twitch has stealthed in, but they're just looking for that early ward, and they'll back off and go into lane, as it looks like Vi is going to start topside this game, and so is Kindred.
Yeah, and they actually got 2 quite aggressive wards on both sides of the map, whereas CC only got the 1 ward topside.
Yep.
So they are playing with a lot less information than SPD at the moment in regards to clearing patterns and pathings. As you can see that both junglers have started on the top side. Jax is already in lane, whereas the Mordekaiser has leashed for the Kindred. That could be quite important. If that Jax gets level 2 first, it could be bad times for the Mordekaiser.
Jax has also, I think he pulled the wave, looking at his movements on the minimap, so I think he's looking for that early level 2, as you said. Meanwhile, it's just going to be mostly a bit of a farm lane in mid, while Benboy looks to stop the Syndra getting those first strikes with a nice auto attack there. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, they both didn't leash, so it's going to just be a bit of a push for 2 from either side. And the big question for the next couple of minutes will be, will Kindred win the Kindred 50-50?
Yeah, so Kindred is hoping for the bottom side mark, as we're looking at a trade in the top side.
Yep, so a standard trade there for both sides. Neither side really wanting to do too much. The potion already popped on Jax I don't know if that's a bit early, to be honest with you. They're both relatively healthy. Popping that potion early with the Mordekaiser W healing as well means that he's just at an advantage. But they have both gone TP this time, so there's no Ignite for the Mordekaiser here to really surprise them. Really nice damage there though from Follow the Wind with the rockets and the W getting nice damage down onto the side of the Krusty crew. Will they manage to get a kill from this? No, they're just going to back off.
Be careful because Kindred is here.
Yeah, here comes Kindred, and she has marked. But that tornado's going to miss. I think they're just going to.
Here, so
and you can now. Oh, this could be brutal. Is there the flash? Oh, you have to flash that if you're Vi to get that knock up and get that early kill. But never mind. Instead, it's just going to be a simple trade and a walk away from both sides. While Envoy, as per usual with his sway, picks up a free bit.
The most aggressive laning in all series.
Yep.
In the early levels here.
Jax and Mordekaiser are looking to duke this one out. Mordekaiser just going to win that one early by the very nature of his passive.
And the Kindred mark is top, but Kindred is on the map, whereas Vice has to back, so she should still get the mark.
But Syndra is also looking maybe to posture towards that river as well. Maybe catch the Kindred out. Maybe try and just W the mark away from her so she can't get it to save it for Vi. But it looks like they're fighting instead. The flash from the Syndra to try and dodge the Swain W does mean that she has now no real pressure to stop the Kindred from going for this. But will she have done enough for the Vi to be able to get there? Or will Vi get there too late? Yep, the mark has gone down. Kindred is now on her first mark already, so she's got to be feeling happy about that one. Meanwhile, on the bot lane, an absolute bloodbath across both sides. Both AD carries relatively low, both supports relatively healthy. Mana looking a bit low. For the Jinx, though, the Twitch does have a lot of a mana advantage, which means that the Jinx won't be able to use those rockets for too much longer.
And obviously the big advantage really is that Lulu is sitting on both of her pots, whereas there are no other pots in the lane.
Yep.
And also Jinx is sitting on a cull, whereas the Twitch has gone to the longsword, so the scaling is going to be better for the Jinx despite the...
Oh, we're going to see a solo kill here for the Mordekaiser. No, Jax does just walk away, but Jax opting into that trade does mean that Mordekaiser does come out a lot better there with the shield, with the healing,
yeah, I mean,
with
the big problem
passive.
Here is that Jax has already used his TP and he has to go back to lane. Mordekaiser is still sitting on his TP and has already built a big CS lead.
Definitely, and I think it might potentially only get stronger and only get larger with the Kindred being topside to counter gank for the potential Vi gank. But if Mordekaiser pushes this next wave in, bases, maybe an early Boots, maybe an early Leeching Lear if he wants to go that way. We don't really know which one he's going to build this time. I'd like to see Jax show again, especially with the
But at the moment Kindred. He is very vulnerable in the 2v1.
But he is very vulnerable, but he does have flash. He does have flash. But if he goes too deep and takes that tower shot and does actually get stunned by the Jax, it could be very bad for him. So even though you're pressuring very well, you still need to be very relatively cautious. You don't want to get stunned to the tower. Like you've seen it from the Warwick last game. You get stunned to the tower, you're in for a bad time.
Yep, and
it looks like they're just going to force the Jax base again.
Yep, and the Kindred mark is now bottom scuttle, which they are going to lose. And,
and they might even get a kill for this. Cancels has gone in. Vi's here too.
It is a 4v3
SPD have the inside track for this though. SPD can get this first. You get the first blood onto the Jinx. Jinx is excited. Jinx will be able to get away. There's a flash from the Swain. Just manages to get the Vi. Isn't going to get everyone else. Will Lulu be able to keep him alive? Yes, she will because of the Q from the Vi. Everyone lives on the side of SPD. A bit ropey, but SPD just had the angle there. They had the inside track onto the ADC and the support. Vi and Swain could not get there in time, and that's a kill over 2 Jinx and first blood for the scaling Jinx.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to know who made the call to contest that. I would imagine it's probably the Kindred, thinking that it was a chance to get the stack, but they were already just outnumbered and there was no real way for them to actually capitalise on the number of advantages that they did eventually get when mid run down.
And meanwhile, we see in the top side of the map, the Jax is having an absolutely torrid time here against the Mordekaiser. So unfortunately, with these Mordekaiser matchups, if you set a foot wrong early and let the Mordekaiser dictate the lane, you're going to be in for a bad time until you get some items. Meanwhile, Swain doing a really good job there of using that W to make sure that Syndra can't get her first strike proc.
Now, I'm no top lane macro guard, I don't play the role, but I do feel like it would have been better for Mordekaiser to just take his foot off the pedal a little bit, actually return to base, spend some of that gold, and maybe he has more of a kill threat with the Jax pinned under the tower at the moment.
You get the plate though anyway, so it's like you've got half a kill just for sitting in lane. Look at the CS difference. You're 20 CS up. You're going to get the plate as well, so you're going to get another 150 gold injection there. You're going to get that cannon as well. You're going to be massively ahead. Once the plate goes down, can we see the gold difference in top already? The plate's now gone down, and it's already a 1,000 gold lead practically for the Mordekaiser.
Yeah, which is quite surprising because there is a gold advantage. Obviously, there was the first blood that went over to SPD, but they are about 200 gold up, even despite that massive discrepancy in the top side. But the Mordekaiser's still not backed, and if he doesn't get it back in soon, he's not really going to be able to really capitalise on this advantage that he's built.
No, he's going to get the other plate, then he's going to base, I think. But Pilgrim is potentially looking for something here once they get the buff if you go long enough. With the Jax Optima as well, will Mordekaiser throw the E the other way in order to actually stop the... There you go, and then you just run away from here, I feel like, rather than going for the fight with the Jax are up, with the flash, and that's going to be a kill for the Jax. I feel like Mordekaiser should have pulled that E way sooner, got him away from the Mordekaiser and just run.
I think he just greeded for the plate, and you know, some guy raised earlier is that it's okay having this gold, but it's not real gold. It's sitting in your inventory. You haven't actually got a lead, and when the Jax walks back with the Vamp Scepter, he is outstatting you now.
And Swain looking like he wants to help the Kindred here, but the Syndra's going to get there first. The Jax is there as well. They might be looking for a kill on the Kindred. Nope, they are going to try and still contest the Herald, but Mordekaiser's now back. His ult is down, but Jax ult is also down. Syndra is full mana, Swain is half mana, but they're pulling 5 people in. Will they try and look for it in the end? It looks like they're actually going to... They've noticed that the bot lane are there, and they're just going to back off and give it to the Kindred, and that should be another mark for the Kindred.
Yeah, and if I'm Kindred, I'm slamming that straight top.
Yep.
Just try and get this Mordekaiser as far ahead as possible and get him out of the lane as quickly as possible, maybe, and just try and extend the lead around the map, because he is very strong at the moment and is probably your best bet at getting advantages in the early game.
However, if you take the tower too early, it just leaves Jax to free farm. Oh, but they have popped the heal there from the Janna to try and kill the Lulu, so they do force the flash. Heal for flash, that's a great trade if you are the side of Krusty Crew right now. Getting the flash out of the Lulu is massive. They do go in for the ult though. The ult onto the Mordekaiser, another ult from the Jax, and I think that's just going to be a kill because they pull him under tower, nothing you can do. And again, the Mordekaiser, while getting his advantages, has just stayed a bit too long.
Yeah, I think that this just has been a theme for the series, is that there's just not really much respect for the jungler's position on the top side, shown from Ugly Man thing. We saw it with the Warwick game, how often he would get caught out by the Drags turning up, turning a winning game fight into a 2v1 losing fight, and it's a trend that's carried over to game 3 as well. It's really well played by Pilgrim to notice the opportunities in the windows and attack them, but it does feel like a bit of an overstep and an overcommitment from Ugly Man thing.
Have to agree. Meanwhile, the Krusty Crew do secure the first dragon of the game, which is the Cloud Dragon, while all of that stuff is happening in the top lane. So while it is another kill for the Jax and another punish on the Mordekaiser, they do lose the dragon for it. So overall, a very good cross-map play there from CC to recognise where they're strong, where they're weak, and to go for that dragon.
Yeah, but again, despite all this, they're in a very similar situation to what they were in Game 2, where it's 10 minutes and they're already 1.5k gold down.
However, the Syndra is farming up like an absolute beast.
Yeah.
So the Syndra is doing very well to keep that 30 CS lead practically, which is kind of insane.
Yeah, and a big CS lead in bot now has opened up for Jinx as well. So yeah, sure, you've got a lot of advantages on top side, but he's also 0-2, so that good CS difference is probably not that end of the world, because 2 kills is probably worth the same in gold.
And Jax has a bounty because Riot System is interesting. But it is going to be, I think this is just free for the Mordekaiser, to be honest. You ult them off and you get the extra healing from the W, you get the full W shield, and you get them in the Death Realm, and that is going to be all she wrote.
You just have to wonder, you know, is this not an opportunity for teams to come up and slam the Herald? I really do think it is the best play, because at the moment you've only got 2.5 minutes before the plates fall off. You've pretty much got a guaranteed first tower here. You can then rotate your bot up top to keep the Jax occupied, so it's not a free farm wave. So I feel like they should be capitalising using this Herald.
So Mord's TP is down, but he didn't TP.
He TP'd for the Herald fight, didn't he?
Oh, did he TP to... No, I think he walked. I have no idea why his TP is down.
He TP'd to the Herald fight for the tower.
Oh, interesting. I did not see that. Meanwhile, it looks like there's just going to be a bit of back and forth again in the mid lane. A 50 CS lead for the Mordekaiser. Goodness gracious me.
Yeah, he's at
1.2k. Yep. Looks like Crippled wants to try something here. Maybe get that Herald down in mid. But Syndra's not really going to let it. And there's 4 people from the side of SPD around looking for something.
I think SPD got a bit lost. They thought this was the bot lane, because that's normally where you see the 4 people. They're actually...
But here comes Kindred, here comes Swain, a flash away from the Syndra, but not back from the Kindred. It's not going to be enough. Down goes Kindred. That should be the Herald being dropped as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's just really good timing. I don't know if they saw the SPD team retreat or if it was just intuition, but they managed to capitalise on the play when they saw SPD leave and they get the kill, and they've now actually taken themselves with a gold lead.
And I think when you talk about you want to choose the Herald top, I think top's already winning by loads. You want to put the Herald maybe on Benboy because A, Benboy's your harder carry, and B, look at Mordekaiser, he's got 4 plates already, practically. Like, there's no real need for you to drop the Herald top.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, you know, the whole thing was to have done it a few minutes ago so that the tower had been gone.
Yeah.
And then that would have been a straight 600 gold advantage. And then they could, you know, rotate.
Here comes Twitch, though, popping that out on the Jinx.
Yeah,
but the Lulu's there to back him up. A nice W there, a nice heal from the
was
Jinx.
massive. But I think it's still
But with
not
Flash
enough.
and the ult, there we go, and Jinx not going to get excited, and it's going to be a free double over to Follow the Wind there. A bit of an over-aggression there from the side of CC, thinking they could maybe capitalise on the Jinx with the Twitch, but it just doesn't work out. That's 2 kills over to SPD.
Another
Top
solo
does die, but the extra tower shot does mean that Tux picks up the kill on the Mordekaiser. Not a shutdown because he has died. Overall, it means that they save the tower, and Jinx is now getting even more plate spot. I'd like to see the Lulu basing here, give the free plates over to the Jinx. Jinx is 3-0. Jinx is incredibly scary. Twitch is very far behind. They need to play through bot.
Yep, it does seem like that is going to be the win con for SPD. Their top side is massively down, but despite all of that, they're still probably going to be about as even as you can hope for. But you can't say the same for
Oh no, they've been caught again. Oh, the polymorph, the root on the Twitch. The Twitch is just going to go down again. The Ignite. Will Twitch have enough health to escape from the Ignite? Yes. Oh, down goes the Twitch from the Lulu. The Lulu takes another tower shot and gets the return kill. Jinx is excited. Will it be enough? But here comes Swain. Swain's going to kill the Jinx. The Jinx needs to go for the Janna now as fast as possible, I think, rather than trying to run away from the Swain. Does pretty well at trying to stop the Swain ult from finishing, but it's not going to matter. Kindred's coming down as well. This Jinx is out of this world. Kindred says thank you very much. No, in fact, Swain does. That's a shutdown over to the Swain. Meanwhile, Mordekaiser mopping up the mid lane to ensure that that Tux can't push too much of an advantage. And overall, an overextension there from SPD, which is quite costly. A big shutdown over to Benboy.
And the other thing is that Dragon's up in 5 seconds and Jinx is still in respawn timer. So there is an option here to secure a second Dragon uncontested, but we have seen that there have been many steals in the past, and this could be an angle for another one.
I mean, look at Pilgrims. Pilgrim's looking. Pilgrim's still looking. Pilgrim knows they're on the Dragon. He's going to go for it now, but it's already going to have gone down. Pilgrim, you need to get out of there, my friend. I don't know if you really want this, because Benboy's right behind you, as is Dark Matter, but they are just going to instead hop away over the wall. I can't... Can we have a Kindred mark check? Oh, meanwhile, Mordekaiser just dies to Syndra somewhere in the middle.
Okay, so
Kindred on 3 marks right now, so she needs 1 more to be online fully.
As we're looking at skirmishing,
there's another fight here. Oh, the ult is just in time for the Janna to get in there and be safe, but actually I don't think it's really going to matter. The Lulu ult on the Vi goes down. They look like they actually want to chase this Kindred. A really nice stun there from the Syndra, a nice stun from the Vi. They combo and say wham bam, thank you very much. Another kill over to SPD, courtesy of the Crit Lord.
Yeah, a bit of a weird fighting to take in the bot lane jungle, but SPD came out on top, and we are on a Hexgate map again, just to make people aware of that. And you can see that Jax is potentially... Oh, he's just resetting. I thought maybe he was going to try and set up the Herald. But yeah, the map is sort of falling apart around CC.
Definitely. I mean, look at these. They have a strong side Mordekaiser, but he still died 4 times. Died to Tux, died to Thikari. Those Jax and those Syndra picks are now coming online with the Bork from the Jax, with the Ludens, and another needlessly large rod from Syndra. Not to even talk about the Jinx, who's almost finished, i.e. because her cull is finished, compared to Twitch, who doesn't even have an item yet. Look at that, 2,000 gold lead for the Jinx, an 800 gold lead for Syndra, and only a 1.5k gold lead for the Mordekaiser, despite all that power top. I mean, SPD should be in control of this game right now with the state of their bot lane and their mid lane.
Yeah, it's just going to be very hard to see how CC are going to take the team fights. Now, obviously, the advantage is that they do have the Mordekaiser on the side of Ugly Man Thing, and if he is still strong, and he will probably still beat the Jinx in a 1v1. Yep. So at some point, Jinx is going to have to pay the QSS tax. Otherwise, could be that all that gold is just nullified immediately with the press of a single button.
Although remember, they do have another AD carry in the Kindred who has now reached that Triforce power spike. Triforce being the most giga abusive item in the current state of the game. So we might see them indeed just take over from that Triforce buy once they get to that 4th mark. They are now dropping the Herald as well. They're looking for a second tower charge. It's 3v3 in the mid lane so far, with both Swain and Mordekaiser on the side of CC being in the sideways. They're going to get that charge
Swain
off
is
most
TPing
likely.
behind them.
But there is a TP from the Swain. Are they going to spot it? Yes, they are. So they're just going to run out, pop the Shirelias from the Lulu to get away. And while the TP does stop them potentially taking the tier 2, it's a big cooldown for not a lot of gain.
Yeah, no, I think it's very ambitious, especially when they've got Australians on the Lulu.
Oh.
Ironically, he would have probably been better off not pulling the TP as they path towards him, as it's another solo bolo top.
Yeah, Mordekaiser now running away with this lane as he has been for the entire game. Jinx going very aggressive with the not being seen the Twitch because Twitch was invisible, but with the Lulu, nothing really much to be done there. Meanwhile, with the extra stats from the Jax, the Mordekaiser is going to take down this entire tower, and another 600 gold over to Mordekaiser, who flashes, but the flash from the Syndra means that there is no extra kill.
And, you know, you have to start to worry that maybe this Mordekaiser is going to get too strong for anyone to contest him in the side lane.
Jax will get there. Jax will get there, but you're looking at least another 20 minutes, I think, for Jax, or like, you know, some nuclear int from the side of the Krusty crew to give Jax that entry back into the game and indeed back into the facing against the Mordekaiser. Kindred currently also looking very scary with Triforce, like I said before, but it might not necessarily matter with how strong Mordekaiser is, but
yeah, so nearly a 3k gold lead is opening up for the Mordekaiser over the Jax.
Yeah.
And Jax has got Blade, and we all know that Blade is also another hilariously broken item, but it's just very hard
Didn't
to fight
matter against him last time, did it?
Yeah, it doesn't matter against a Mordekaiser with right lines. You're just not getting away, and he will just hammer you down, and you keep getting that shield back in. It's just a very hard 1v1 fight.
For sure, for sure. So, so positives for SPD though. With the despite the Mordekaiser being strong, Jinx has the IE,
yeah.
Syndra has Syndra has the Shadow Flame, and I think that really the Mordekaiser is only going to be in one lane, and whatever lane he's in, that means that SPD have the advantage for the other side of the map. As we've seen right now when they go in here, Mordekaiser is pulling the TP, but down goes the Kindred straight away before being able to pull the R. Mordekaiser goes in, is looking to maybe ask someone. Benboy's got in as well. Benboy is so strong with the healing on the Swain. There's nothing to be done. Jinx immediately goes down. So does the Syndra. The two big carries from the side of SPD are already down. That is going to be the Dragon for CC. And how do they keep getting away with this?
Yeah, I mean, despite it all, they're actually going to put themselves onto Soul Point when they secure this dragon. And it's just, I'm not entirely sure how the Swain managed to get in amongst all of the mids, but that seems like a bit of an error, because he doesn't. It's not even like he's got flash to flash into them. He's just somehow managed to find himself in the middle of their whole team and doing so much damage with that R.
The double Rylai's, you can't escape it. I think Jinx maybe went a bit too far forward trying to catch the Kindred. The Kindred did die, but then they're all in the face of the Mordekaiser. They're all in the face of the Swain, and once you get in, you can't go out.
Yeah, I mean,
they are cosplaying the Hotel California, and indeed they have stayed until their death.
I mean, that is maybe one of the things that is overlooked about the comp on the side of SPD, is that they're a very low range comp into a Swain Mordekaiser. As we see that
the ult being
pulled SDR off this time
for the Kindred. Will it be enough? The tornado from the Janna and the hop over the wall from the Kindred does keep them alive, but that's Kindred Flash, that's Kindred ult, that's Janna Tornado. That's not, I thought it was Janna ult, it wasn't, but that's Lulu ult and Vi ult. So overall, 2 ults for 1 ult and a flash. You're still kind of happy with that if you're SPD, but again, it's not the pick you would have liked, especially since you use Jinx ult as well. So it's actually 3 ults.
Straight onto the Baron. Syndra is blocked. He does have TP, so she can get to it, but it looks like they're just trying to pull CC up.
And I mean, with the Kindred no ult, you think that that's not a bad thing, but with you don't want to fight into a pit with a fed Mordekaiser, a fed Swain just running at you.
Yeah, and also Twitch, if he's getting in that corridor and pulling that R, he's going to shred right through you.
That spray and pray is going to rip through you. But meanwhile, Tux doing Tux things, being on 200 CS per minute, getting more towers for free. So while they do actually while CC do prevent the Baron, that whole Baron dance did allow Tux to get that in a tier 2 and more gold over to the side of SPD.
Yeah, I feel like CC just aren't really taking advantage here. They've got a 4v1 in the bot, so they're either going to dive this or
they
just
do get the slow on the Jinx. Will it be enough? Are they going to pull it? Are they going to pull the Swainy? Yes, they are. It gets hit. Down goes Jinx. Nothing you can really do there because you get tagged by the Rylai's.
You know, that tower is gone. You should just give it up, unfortunately, now. No, that Jinx was sitting at 3-1.
Oh, a nice stun from the Syndra. Will it be enough to actually kill the Janna? No, Janna pops her R, gets to live because Swain is that big meatball that we talked about before. In goes Jax to try and kill her, but Jax does not manage to get in there. Vi goes in, does manage to get the Kindred. Kindred is down. Tux is looking to get those stuns, but the Swain is just too damn tanky with the stopwatch to allow him to survive, and that ends up being a 3 for 1. So. The 3 for 2, excuse me. Despite that sort of being the engage from SPD, they still CC still come out ahead because, like I said, this Swain is just that unkillable meatball in the mid lane, just taking that entire choke point so that SPD can't fight through it to kill that Janna quickly. Janna survives, manages to get the ult off. They go on the Kindred eventually and manage to kill her, but by that point it involves so many people committing that SPD just get to laugh and CC, excuse me, get to laugh and clean up.
Yeah, I mean, we saw there the Vi just popped off and got a double kill, and you see the difference between this Vi going for the Black Cleaver build as opposed to the last Vi with the Evershroud build, just offering a lot more in terms of that burst damage to really just try and get those last-minute assassinations. But overall, despite all that, it was a 3 for 2. They secured the tower as well, and that gold lead that was at some point massive is now, well, equal, I'd say.
Yep, it is.
Especially exactly. Considering the fact that CC are sitting on 3 dragons as well.
They are actually going on Man-Thing though because of the different build from the Vi. He feels like he can do it, but he's in the Death Realm with the Vi. The Vi is going to go down immediately. They do pull out the Jinx Hub, but it's not going to be enough. Now with Vi down, that should be Baron.
But they do have the potential steal angle.
In comes Swain though.
Syndra.
Swain doing a 1v4. Swain is tanky, he is healing, but not for that much. Down goes the Swain, the shutdown to Tux. Now, will they keep going for the Baron, knowing that they're on their own? They've lost their big Swain. They do get the Baron, but a big stun there from the Kindred. Kindred pops the ult very early. Now Jinx is going absolutely ballistic on the backline, but Jax does go down. Jinx can't quite get the kill, can't quite get the resets. Does get 1. Can she get 2? Can she get no? She goes down to the Mordekaiser.
And we see 40 seconds now until the soul is up for CC. They've taken the Baron and they've slungshot themselves into the lead for the first time this game.
And I mean, it's scary times for the side of CC. They managed to pull it off. Jinx going absolutely ballistic on that backline. If the Kindred ult goes oh my god, absolute destruction from the Mordekaiser. But if yeah, that Lulu,
nothing warms my heart than seeing a dead Lulu.
It's true, it's true. But the thing for me is that, like, if Jinx gets 1 reset like 2 seconds earlier, I think she kills the whole team.
Oh yeah, no, it was very much a
that Kindred ult was so big.
Yeah, but you know, you're seeing now why Man-Thing is so proficient on board, rocking that 64% win rate in ranked.
Yeah, he's doing absolute bits.
I mean, nearly double the gold off the Jax. It's quite impressive.
He's sitting on 2k at the moment. He's sitting on, like, you know, almost like a quarter of Jax's entire gold. But that is going to be the Hextech Soul for the side of CC. And while the kills look close, this is rough for SPD now.
Yeah, Kindred with a Hextech Soul is just going to be very obnoxious. Just one hop and suddenly the whole team.
Can we get a mark check on the Kindred? 5. Okay,
which is still quite low for this time of the game. I think at this time of the game you should be expecting, I'm not sure, 28 minutes is 8 minutes, 8 marks?
I have no idea.
But in either case, there's been a lot of fighting and not much marking.
Yeah, but doing a job that made the Jinx not, remove that Jinx getting excited threat, and Jinx got excited slightly too late and just died to the Mordekaiser. So, you know, doing pretty well. And like, I like this from the Mordekaiser, going for that Thorn Mail to just really be able to tank up those Jinx shots.
Yeah,
tank up those Jax hits.
And the Swain is a set tank as well. He's gone for the Tabbies. He's got the Zhonya's, so he's actually sitting on a lot of armor as well. And you know, if Jinx isn't killing them, no one is really, because they're all AD apart from the Syndra.
Critically, Jinx has bought a QSS, so it's a good buy, I think, just to really eliminate that sort of like threat of
It
immediately.
is
getting
it's a fantastic buy, but it's also all of her gold advantage.
Oh, the big ult there from the Syndra and the Jinx to try and kill them. Doesn't quite do it. Pops the R from the Swain. Jax dives in. Vi dives in. Vi goes straight on the Kindred.
They're 5 and they're losing the fight.
But it's a nice
Syndra.
double kill there from the Syndra. Jinx does get excited, but does get slowed. But in the meantime,
whole time,
Mordekaiser is just
getting
taking
top,
the whole top side of the map.
Yeah, I mean, they burnt so much on the Swain, they did eventually kill him. It was a fantastic
Nice
double
one there
W.
from Tux onto the Mordekaiser. Mord is now looking around. Mord is looking for anyone. Does get the Lulu in the end. Does not able to kill him because of the flash over the wall. Mordekaiser looking for anything to get once he comes out of the Death Realm.
That's
But
a
in a
big shutdown
4v1,
on
that's a
the
big shutdown.
Syndra.
Tux is looking terrifying.
Yeah, just under 100 gold, less than the Mordekaiser, so he is also very strong and potent at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, and with that, can we click on Syndra for a second? Can I check her passive? Is she full passive? Yep, so she is completely, her passive is now completed, which means she's not only getting that bonus AP, she's also getting that big execute of 15% on her ult. So if they go to below 15% health, they just get executed immediately. So Syndra can kill basically anybody at this point. If she hits that Twitch, if she hits that Kindred, they're just going to die.
Yeah, very terrifying prospect, and she has gone for a very strong build with the early Death Cap, and it's also now working on
Void stuff.
What did you turn into?
Void stuff.
Void stuff, yeah. So for the extra Void Magic Pen, yeah.
Yep. So I mean, Tux is very strong, as they want to be in every game. They're farming up a storm. They're getting those power points. They have now completed the Void Staff, so it's 4 items apiece. I mean, Mordekaiser is now on 4.5 items to Jax's 2.5, so it's a bit.
Yeah.
It's very scary, but as we've seen, Mordekaiser is doing well in pressuring those side lanes. SPD are winning the fights, but they're still losing inhibitors. They're still losing towers. They're still losing objectives. So while it seems like they're doing pretty well in getting these kills and coming back into this game, Mordekaiser in the side lane is just laughing at them, and they're 4v5, and they're still having to seemingly pull out these miraculous fights.
Yeah, and we've got Baron in a minute, so it's just going to be a matter of trying to set a vision on the top side. They've got the advantage with the natural push with the super minions in the top side. So if I'm CC, I'm probably trying to set up a mid push now. Probably won't get much because Syndra's wave clear is quite disgusting, especially with this how played she is.
I'd like to have seen the Mordekaiser go bot, to be honest. Go bot, pressure that tier 2, you have teleport, get the others onto Baron, draw the SPD over to the Baron side and get that tower. Because right now, what are you really, you're pushing in super minion, sure, but you're just giving Jax more farm.
Yeah,
you're not going to kill him.
They have moved a lot of people bot to try and get this, but
they're actually there's a collapse now onto the Mordekaiser. Vi and Lulu are here, but they don't think much of it once they realise that Mordekaiser can see them, so they just back off. And in fact, the rest of the team do rotate to that bot side to try and get that tower instead. So it's the exact opposite of what I was suggesting, but ultimately it ends up with what I was looking for, which is that bot tier 2 tower.
Yeah, so at the moment you're looking at a full bot side. Both the top lanes are on the top side. There's nothing on the map now. Baron has spawned, so and we just need to see how CC are looking to secure that when they're all bot. If they're happy to just maybe let it sit for a bit, there's no real rush because if they wait for a minute, they can force a decision for SPD between Elder and Baron.
Yep, because Elder is in 1 minute as well. So, but they are now collapsing onto the Mordekaiser. That's the Vial, that's the Jax, but they have actually managed to. Double flashes there though. Double flashes from the Mordekaiser and the Vi. Now Mordekaiser has no flash. Now he has no ult and he has no life.
But it just seems really strange. They weren't coordinated. Like the Mordekaiser's walking up like that, they need to be in a position to capitalize on him if they force him. They force on him, and they will get the bot tower eventually. But it was by no means a secure pick.
However, another tower over to CC. So even now they are behind in kills CC, they are still very much ahead in terms of map state. And with the Elder spawning in 14 seconds and no Mordekaiser, you do think maybe have CC going for their macro plays gone a little bit too far and allowed SPD to challenge this Elder 4v5.
Yeah, and that is a big concern. Mordekaiser does have TP, so if they can delay the take for at least, well, it's 25 seconds, so something
long
tells me
time.
that this is gone. The only hope here is Kindred getting over Revolt, keeping it alive, and then maybe going for the steal. But
Oh, Twitch going in, doing disgusting damage, absolutely ripped through Tux. Here comes Benboy now. It was a 4v5, it's now a 4v3, it's now a 4v2. Elder goes down, but Pilgrim secures the Elder. Now Follow the Wind's absolutely popping off. He's got the Jinx rockets going. He's got excited. He's going absolutely nuclear. But Benboy...
Unfortunately, it's not going to make any difference, I'm afraid, as all of the Elders have been taken off the map, and that is now probably going to be game as Swain is TPing into the base.
Yeah.
What
It
a
was
way
a
to
beautiful-
the inhibitor spawn.
It was a beautiful steal from Pilgrim to secure that Elder, but unfortunately, they just couldn't get through Benboy. I mean, Benboy's full HP at the end of that fight.
The amount of damage that Twitch unloaded, especially
That was
as well
disgusting.
with the Hextech Soul, and then.
But
the
here
ult.
comes Mordekaiser as well, and you have to think with 20 seconds left, it's only a Lulu alive. Lulu versus the world, and while Lulu is one of the most annoying champions in the game, I'm not sure she can stop the the Nexus Tower from falling. 2-1 CC, banger series. Congratulations to CC. They go 5-0.
Yep, undefeated, heading into group into the upper bracket, and they've got a few pretty confident they can take on anyone, especially depending who they get in the Group A matchup.
Yeah.
But commiserations to SPD. They put on a fantastic showing. They were very much in game 3 for the longest time until they won. It
Yeah,
was really,
I mean-
that fight at the Elder was could have went either way.
I mean, a 4v5, but Twitch just immediately deletes Tux, and once Tux goes down, and Benboy can get in there, and like, you know, and Twitch and Kindred can just start going, like, you know, trying to get the dragon and things. It was just out of suddenly it was just a 4v4, and then it was a 4v3, and then everyone just kept dropping, and Jinx could do nothing, unfortunately, even with the Elder, because of the amount of sheer health that the Swain had. But an absolutely banger series, a great way to end Group B. Well, the Group B upper bracket. There's, I think, one more game left to play. I think we're the last game
against MG.
Yeah, so
Thursday.
SBMT versus MG will round out the Group B games on Thursday,
I
as
can't promise
PhD
it'll
have
be-
a bye.
I can't promise it will be as good a quality as the game that we just saw, but we'll certainly do our best. We are pulling in the bot lane from CC for an interview, so please welcome to the cast. We've got Cancels, and soon we're going to have Dark Matter.
Can someone drag in Dark Matter? You can't see this.
I don't think I've got permissions for that. Visa,
I don't know if you
absolutely
can,
cannot.
Sweet. Okay.
It's Proper's listening. Can you add,
Professional.
What you've got to do is, right, Cancels. You need to just type everything back to Dark Matter, and then they'll type to you, and then you read out the answers. That's how we'll do it. It's going to be
fine.
Nope.
Oh, yeah, okay, it's fixed.
There
There we
Okay.
go.
There we are. Okay.
We did it.
Hello, Cancels. Hello, Dark Matter. Fantastic series.
Yeah, it was awesome. We
How did it
actually
feel
had
to be in it?
It was actually a competitive game for once.
Wow, guys, we have played you. That's really harsh.
Oh, I'm sorry. Wait, no, you guys actually also did pretty well. I remember, yeah.
Wow,
Don't mind the ADC, it's ADC mentality, you know, always toxic.
that run back, that was a quick comeback. Yeah, no, but that was a really, really intensely competitive series, and you know, game 3 feels like it could have went either way. Was there at any moment in game 3 where you were really concerned that you sort of let the undefeated run end?
Yeah, I think we had moments where you're like, okay, this is not looking too good, but we were also always looking forward and thinking, okay, we do have a good scaling goal, and
Yep.
we have a Swain that is undefeated. So
Yeah, the Benboy Swain is becoming a bit of a myth.
yeah, exactly. So like even like they can take me down, but then you always have Neil, and if Neil goes down, I'm always still there. And Manfing is also just when he gets rolling, he's also very cracked.
I mean,
Yeah,
the
his
moment
Mordekaiser
we-
was very scary.
The moment we ended the draft, I honestly felt like we should get this. Okay, in the early game, I'm not gonna lie, I thought for a second that it was going downhill way too fast.
hmm
We had our mid laner on one of his best picks. We had our top laner on a pick that he always just manages to pull back the game. And
Yeah.
we stopped the enemy team from getting comped and split us, because that's what happened game 2. We had a Mordekaiser that could pick us off. I
Yeah.
also had a Gragas who just suddenly entire positioning fucked up because of one barrel.
Yeah, no, I mean, there were moments in Game 3, especially when I'm looking at that and I see a 3-1 Jinx, and I'm sorry to say, a not so fair Twitch. And as casting it, and I did think to myself, this is a very uphill battle for you guys to pull it out. But you've made some really strong macro decisions and pulled them all around the map, especially with the Mordekaiser, and just playing really well as that 4-man unit while the Mordekaiser was splitting. It was quite impressive to watch.
Yeah, like in game 3, we were looking like okay, so we have managed to get Sol looking towards the Elder, where we were kind of struggling at some point, where we also lost quite a few kills. And then we just said, okay, we have mid lane now, send Mord on top side, and let's just play around with them. I thought I can push in the mid to also give pressure there. We could let them run top, then I push mid, they go mid, and we take bot. And I think we danced around with that really well. Yeah, I'm really happy with how it played out.
I think overall on macro was just very good. Also in game 3, where even though we were behind, we already had 2 Drakes at some point.
Yeah, that was I think very impressive to have 2 Drakes, even though the bot lane was behind. So it just obviously just goes to show about your back timings and how more efficient you were with your time on the map. So speaking overall about the drafts, there was a lot of scaling bot picks, both from the AD carries and the supports. You tried to deviate from that a little bit in game 2, and obviously that was the game that you lost. So do you think that we are very much in a scaling enchanter meta, or do you just think that that's how your champion pools have overlapped with each other?
I think it was more a problem of just not getting to front to back because of the enemy comp. Getting just picked by the Mordekaiser and again barreled away from the team with Gregor's barrel.
Yeah,
that's what we do best, front to back.
Exactly. I think like in the second game, in the first and third game, I didn't really play that well, I think. I don't feel like I've been playing really well at all recently. But in game 2, I felt like I did kind of well. I did make a few mistakes that were really impactful, but I think that was one of my better games at least. Like I did some
you were
good things.
terrifying in that Lucian. There were some times where it looked like you were dead to rights, but you managed to just get like the Gale Force execute. I remember one being a highlight, trading with the Jinx at a dragon fight was a very clutch moment. The Lucian was a very good performance, but unfortunately it was a performance that you lost on, as is always the way you're in your AD carry, right?
I think that was just Melio diff, because the Jinx Melio is just so impactful with the range you can get extra, and just the passive is really annoying.
But to be fair, we made a few very bad calls and objectives. Like we flipped a Baron we should not have flipped in game 2, and that ended up.
Oh, you flipped a few in game 1 as well.
We flipped. Yeah,
I mean, the first Baron, we had vision. Our jungler just didn't have eyes at that point. But in the second Baron, he didn't need eyes because he just predicted it. So that was a pretty good turnaround anyway. So yeah.
We did have to try, I know that my fellow caster here was absolutely molding when he saw 5 of you just doing the Baron and watching the Vi just run all the way round with no contest and just going into the pit and stealing the Baron.
I mean, he was not the only one melding at that point. I was also Steven.
He was like, "Why is no one contesting the Baron?"
Ultimately, it's the sort of decisions that and things that happen when you're really far ahead. You just kind of don't really see it happening because you think, oh well, we're so far ahead, right? It doesn't matter. And then all of a sudden it happens, and you're not so far ahead anymore, and you're like, oh, actually, it could have been a pivotal moment. But you did well to come back from that, and it didn't happen again in the second time as you cleaned out game 1. You are still undefeated in terms of series, but you have dropped your first game of the tournament. But you did well to bounce back from that because you never really know how you're going to cope until you actually drop a game. So you did well to bounce back from that. So you've got a bye heading into the upper brackets. Have you been keeping up with Group A? Do you know anyone in particular that you want to be facing up against?
Well, I've seen a little bit. Let me look at the group again because I don't fully remember.
I mean,
You've got
Uh,
CBS and Adaptive,
I think
yeah.
that's just the
and
Look again.
PEG, which are not guaranteed through yet, but they're most
Yeah.
likely.
Well, we have played against Lost to Boris and PEG, I believe.
Okay. Mhm.
Both of those teams did fairly well, honestly.
Yeah.
I don't think they took any games. Maybe Lost to Boris took one in
They
a
did not take
scrim.
a game in the end, but they made us sweat. Let's just say it like that.
They
Yeah.
did.
Boris.
They
Yeah.
made a few difficult games for us, but I think they are better than that they are showing. I think.
Yeah, obviously there's a whole thing about scrim performances versus actual game performances, but
Exactly.
it's good. Yeah, it's interesting to hear that. But it does seem like the two strongest teams in Group A are CBS and Adaptive, and they're most likely who you're going to be facing in your first game against the upper brackets.
Right, we're
Yeah,
going to have to
okay.
wrap it up here, I think. But thank you for joining. Congratulations on your win. Good luck in the upper bracket. And yeah, we'll look forward to seeing if you do indeed ever drop a series or if you're just going to smurf the whole tournament.
Yeah. CBS, we're coming for you.
I like it. Okay, that can be the intro for the next series then, because I think we're on our way to it. It could be a good Titanic matchup. Thank you for joining us and giving us some insights on the game, and thank you for an absolute banger series and allowing us to cast it.
Yeah. Thank you for casting, and we'll see you guys next.
Take it easy.
Can't wait.
See you later.
Take it easy, guys.
See you.
And with that, that concludes the matchup. It lived up to its billing as a very exciting matchup as we see CC move through the bracket undefeated, and we await to see who awaits them next.
Yep, thanks for watching and catch you next time. Goodbye.